Ladies and gentlemen, a word of announcement for all on and offline participants of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. The Global ODA Forum will begin in a few minutes at 1:40 Korea Standard Time. We cordially ask that all participants enter the hall and take your seats if you are here with us today at the venue. And for those joining us online, to be seated in front of your camera, please. Also, to minimize interruptions, we kindly ask you to refrain from using your mobile devices or any other electronic device and put them on silent mode. The 2021 Global ODA Forum will be streamed live online through the official website www.odaforum.kr, as well as the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs YouTube channel. For those of you joining us via the official platform, please feel free to leave your questions or comments on the chat window that you will find at the bottom right of the page. Also, during the forum, there will be events such as Finding the Character ODA, hidden here and there, as well as the ODA Current Affairs quiz, so please stay with us until the very end of the forum. Also, throughout the forum, simultaneous interpretation will be provided in Korean and English, so please choose the respective channels for your language. For our audience joining us on site, please use the receivers at your seat. Channel 3 is for Korean and Channel 4 is for English. Well then, the 2021 Global ODA Forum will begin shortly. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. My name is Jennifer Clyde, and it is a great pleasure to be here joining you for the forum as a host. Excuse me. Now, day two of the forum will start with keynote speeches of Executive Director David M. Beasley of UNWFP and President Gilbert Ungbo of IFAD. We will then move on to 9 presentations under 2 sessions. Session 3, Advance Equitable Livelihoods, Decent Work, and Empowered Communities, will present 4 themes: Coalition of Action on Decent Work and Living Incomes and Wages for All Food Systems Workers, Making Food Systems Work for Women and Girls, Sustainable Food Systems Finance, the Role of Public Development Banks in Transforming Food Systems, and Consortium, Social Protection for Food Systems Transformation. In Session 4, Build Resilience to Vulnerabilities, Shocks, and Stresses will present 4 themes as well. Resilient Local Food Supply Chains, WFP's Contribution to the Transformation of Food Systems, Climate Resilient Food Systems for All Beyond 2030, Fighting Food Crises Along the HDP Nexus, and last but not least, Mountains and the Land Freshwater Nexus. We ask for your avid participation and interest, and please post any questions or comments that you may have on our official website, which is www.odaforum.kr. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now begin day 2 of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. Let us present to you our first keynote speaker, Executive Director David M. Beasley of UNWFP.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to take part in the 5th Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. It's a pleasure to join you in this conversation today. And for those of you who don't know, the World Food Program is the world's largest humanitarian agency fighting hunger on the earth. And last year, we reached about 115 million people in 84 countries with food assistance. We could not have helped so many families in need without the generous support of the people of the Republic of Korea. Thank you. But now we need your partnership and friendship more than ever. Even before our world was turned upside down by COVID, 650 million people went to bed on an empty stomach. Now that number has soared to over 810 million. Now, tragically, this number does not include the 283 million people now marching towards starvation, not knowing where their next meal is coming from. And that is up from 135 million before the pandemic. And most worrisome of all, there are 45 million people in 43 countries in that number we were discussing who are knocking on famine's door. We have a mountain to climb before every person on the planet has enough to eat. And millions of people desperately need our support today. But the Republic of Korea's story, it gives me hope for the future. WFP started working in your country way back in 1964 in the aftermath of the Korean War. And for the 20 years, we supported the Korean people with food assistance. During this period, you rebuilt your country from the ground up, and farmers in the agricultural sector played an incredible leading role in that recovery. Your story shows the importance of investing in food security and sustainable agriculture to lay strong foundations for long-term stability and prosperity. In just one generation, your nation achieved an incredible transformation, going from aid recipient to the World Food Program's 11th largest donor in the world. Since 2018, you have given us over 50,000 metric tons of rice, which has been given to hungry families in Yemen and Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda. This year, Syria and Laos also received Korean rice. In total, Korean farmers have fed over 4 million hungry people in 6 countries. I know that in Korean culture, white rice symbolizes good health. And this is exactly what Korean people have given to some of the most vulnerable families in the world. Your country's journey over the past 60 years is inspirational. It shows that with commitment, hard work, and yes, determination, zero hunger is within our grasp. So, I hope your nation's story inspires the international community to fund the expansion of humanitarian programs which are still desperately needed in so many nations. Programs which provide nutritious foods to children and their mothers, vaccinations against preventable illnesses, and community defenses against floods and droughts. The devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has made this task even more urgent than ever. But this unprecedented crisis is also our chance to create the better world we all want to see. Each of us has a part to play, governments, businesses, the agricultural sector, to build a brighter future for children everywhere. If we work together in partnership, I believe that we can still achieve our shared ambition of a world free from hunger. Thank you.
And thank you very much. That was a virtual message from Executive Director David M. Beasley of UNWFP. Next, I would like to introduce to you our next keynote speaker. President Gilbert Umbo of IFAD shares his message with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, first let me thank the organizers of this forum, particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and the Korean FAO Association for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. 6 years ago, we set our sights on 2030 as the deadline for eliminating hunger and poverty, the first 2 of the Sustainable Development Goals. While progress has been made, many of the Sustainable Development Goals remain far out of reach. The challenges we face are numerous and formidable, with the global pandemic and the effects of climate change at the top of the list. Urgent action is needed to protect development gains already made, as well as to increase investment in development by nations and by multilateral institutions to get us back on track to eliminate poverty and hunger for good. Food systems are the nexus of these issues. By transforming food systems and investing in small-scale producers and other rural people, we can take a major step toward overcoming these challenges. I say this for 2 reasons. First, hunger and poverty are concentrated in rural areas where a majority of people depend on food systems for their livelihood. But also, these populations are important development actors, and there is enormous potential for them to play a much bigger and positive role. But the support has to be there. Farmers will need our help if they are to grow more food more sustainably. Transforming food systems not only can increase their income and food security, it also presents opportunities to address farming's environmental footprint as well as preserve biodiversity. Food systems today are inequitable and do not work for the people who work in them. This affects everyone, but rural people are hit the hardest, and particularly women, youth, and indigenous peoples. IFAD is pleased to be working with partners across the development community to reach the poorest and most vulnerable people. This includes the Decent Wages and Living Income and Wages Coalition and initiatives to increase access to finance for rural producers and shift investment to more environmentally sustainable and fairer systems. The Republic of Korea continues to be a key strategic partner that has been instrumental in supporting smallholder farmers in the Pacific region through information and communication technologies. IFAD and Korea have been working together on innovative ways in which IT can be used to improve rural livelihoods, strengthen links to markets, and make rural areas places of opportunity for the next generation. Sustainable and inclusive development requires long-term investment. It is not about one country or one project. It is about all of us and an ongoing commitment to a sustainable future in which no one is left behind. We look forward to working with all countries and partners to transform our food systems, the foundation of a sustainable future for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Following the two keynote speeches, we will begin the presentations for Session 3. Advance equitable livelihoods, decent work, and empowered communities. Session 3 will enlighten us on job creation for food systems workers, food systems for women, public development banks, and social protection for food systems transformation. Now please welcome the first speaker, Mr. Elvis Beydula, specialist at the International Labor Organization. Hello.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elvis Beydula, and I'm a rural economy specialist in the International Labor Organization in Geneva. In many countries, agri-food workers regularly face poor working conditions, high levels of working poverty, and lack of access to rights. Paradoxically, while feeding us all, they are often among those who are unable to ensure their own food security and belong to groups of workers particularly vulnerable to socioeconomic risks. Effectively ensuring decent work for all agri-food workers is key to building equitable livelihoods and resilient and sustainable food systems. Recognizing this, action track of the Food Systems Summit focused on identifying solutions that promoted full and productive employment and decent work, enabling entrepreneurship and addressing the inequitable access to resources in food systems. It also aimed at improving resilience through social protection to ensure that food systems leave no one behind. During the months leading towards the summit, we gathered game-changing solutions and proposals from a wide range of stakeholders globally by organizing independent dialogues, online consultations, and calls for solution submissions. Action Track 4 members included representatives of member states, civil society and the private sector, research and academia, UN and multilateral organizations. Hundreds of solutions have been received. These have been subsequently organized into solution clusters, which you can see on the screen now. The solution clusters that form the foundation for this particular coalition on living incomes, on decent work and living incomes and wages include, among others, institutionalized and strengthened labor and human rights regulations by placing people's dignity and rights at the center, empowering food system workers through strengthened workplace organization and effective social dialogue, ensuring the right to social protection and achieving 100% living incomes and wages, and improving the governance of food system labor markets. There are, of course, good reasons why these particular clusters emerge from the proposed solutions. These clusters cover all the salient issues, these work challenges facing agri-food workers. As mentioned earlier, agricultural workers experience the highest incidence of poverty. In fact, 2/3 of the extreme poor globally are engaged in agriculture. Agriculture is also one of the most hazardous sectors, with tens of thousands killed in work-related accidents each year. Agricultural workers run twice the risk of dying on the job compared to workers in other sectors. Millions suffer injuries in workplace accidents or poisoning by agrochemicals. One of the key challenges is that agricultural workers are often inadequately covered by national labor legislation that guarantees rights at work, such as, for example, laws specifying minimum wages, injury benefits, or social security. This may be because they do not always have a clearly recognized employment status, as is often the case with casual workers, self-employed, or smallholder farmers, or because they belong to a particular group of workers, such as migrants. But even when they're not excluded in law, they're often unable to enjoy their rights in practice. This may be due to lack of awareness, low literacy levels, vulnerability to abuse, prevalence of informality, or simply because in many remote areas, law enforcement and labor inspection are insufficient and ineffective. In many countries, agricultural workers still face barriers in exercising their fundamental rights to organize and bargain collectively. And lack of organization does not always concern wage workers only. It is also a challenge for small-scale producers and farmers. For example, cooperatives and producer organizations could, of course, increase their bargaining power, upgrade productive capacities and technical entrepreneurial skills, improve access to finance and technology, and enable them to enjoy many other benefits. Lack of organization within the sector precludes its stakeholders from engaging in effective social dialogue and finding solutions that work for all. It also precludes them from having a voice in processes that directly impact their work and life. Child labor remains a serious problem in the sector. ILO estimates that 70% of all children in child labor, or 112 million children in total, are in agriculture. Lack of decent work opportunities for adults, low incomes, low productivity and skills, limited access to modern technologies, lack of social protection, and inadequate provision of public services in rural areas, particularly education, make the elimination of child labor in the rural economy a particularly challenging task. Inadequate working and living conditions, including poor safety and health practices experienced by many agri-food sector workers globally, have come to light in the current pandemic, as reflected in multiple COVID-19 outbreaks reported at food processing plants and farms around the world. The current crisis has also exposed discrimination against certain groups of workers and the entrenched gender inequalities, as reflected in the fact that women, young people, migrant workers are among hardest hit by the crisis. Many of the statements made by member states during the summit therefore recognize the importance of addressing employment and labor challenges in the sector to ensure sustainable transformation of our food systems and leaving no one behind. Many emphasize the importance of promoting youth employment and women's empowerment, decent work and decent incomes in the sector. Also, as a result, advanced equitable livelihoods, decent work, and empowered communities has been identified as one of the 5 key areas for action in the Secretary General's Chair Summary, Statement of Action on the Summit. This also has prompted the launch of this particular coalition. So the overall objective of the coalition is to ensure economic and social justice and the right to adequate and nutritious food for all food system workers. Its goal of advancing equitable livelihoods is being pursued by promoting labor and human rights and increasing opportunities for decent and productive employment within the agri-food sector, including achieving 100% living incomes and wages. This would involve creating equitable opportunities to earn decent incomes through productive farming, fishing, and pastoralism, and improving decent employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in on and off-farm enterprises and other related sectors of the food system, ensuring sustainability and resilience of income and jobs to adverse shocks, risks, and climate change. Particular attention is paid to promoting fundamental principles and rights at work that guarantee the right to organize, to be free from child labor, forced labor, and discrimination, with a focus on groups of workers particularly exposed to social economic vulnerabilities, such as migrant workers, youth, women, indigenous peoples, informal economy workers, and those marginalized on grounds of ethnicity, race, religion, or disability. To achieve its ambitious objectives, the work of the coalition is structured around 5 priority areas. These have been based on the notion of decent work as conceptualized by the ILO some 2 decades ago and now fully embedded in the SDGs. The 4 pillars of the decent work agenda are rights at work, full and productive employment, social protection, and social dialogue. The priority areas for action are institutionalizing and strengthening labor and human rights and improving governance in food systems, promoting decent employment in food systems with a focus on more and better jobs for the most vulnerable, empowering food system workers through strengthening workplace organization and effective social dialogue, ensuring the right to social protection and income security, and achieving 100% living incomes and wages. The coalition is hosted by ILO and IFAD with support from CARE, and it reflects a multi-stakeholder effort from member states, civil society, the private sector, and the UN agencies. At the moment, we have the following organizations that express interest in the coalition. We have 45 private sector stakeholders under the leadership of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and the private sector mechanism of the Committee on World Food Security, 12 government stakeholders, including Antigua and Barbuda, Spain, Dominican Republic, and others, and 23 multilateral agencies, including FAO, UN Habitat, and others. In terms of the timeline, at present, we are deciding on the structure of the coalition, and the first stakeholder meeting is planned for 3rd December. Just to conclude, so given the multifaceted and complex nature of challenges we have before us, we hope we will be able to draw different ministries, workers and employers organizations, the private sector, civil society, financial institutions to influence and direct this transformation and ensure that this food system transformation is human-centered and really leaves no one behind. We sincerely hope that the government of the Republic of Korea and the organizations present today at this meeting will join us in this important initiative. I would like to ask the organizers if there is still time to just play a short video about the Decent Work Coalition. Thank you.
Yes, I believe we do have time for the video. Thank you.
Over 4.5 billion people derive their livelihoods from agriculture, carrying the food that we eat through every level of our food systems. Yet often, they themselves cannot access the very food that they help produce. and they face really poor working conditions and very limited protections. So we ask ourselves, how can this system be transformed? And how can we ensure that the voices of those who are marginalized are elevated and heard? We cannot address extreme poverty worldwide until we address economic justice and equitable livelihoods for every farmer, fisherfolk, and food worker. This is the foundation for our coalition of action, decent work and living income and wages for all food system workers.
Agricultural workers regularly face poor working conditions, high levels of working poverty, and a lack of access to rights. In some countries, they are specifically excluded from key legal protections, such as minimum wages, paid sick leave, and the right to organise or to social protection. Guaranteeing safe and healthy working conditions, better incomes, and greater protection for agri-food workers is critical. It's critical if we are to build food systems that can withstand current and future crises.
Sanni moane na ndola su kono ko na family de be ka do ko ki ngadi no do an be nga na fasto ni ngadi no an nga na fa fa nge ngadi no tol mami experience ka nga 7 months so kono do ko wala nyinti ko ngam fa nga karam ngo jo yele nga computer jo le certificate nga computer jo diploma nga ndo ko ma fa na school fees jo nga na wulu da fa na ma ko.
The coalition will generate more and better jobs in the food system, especially for youth. By accelerating commitment to decent wages and living income, it will help small-scale farmers reach their potential. It will also extend social protection programs, improve labor market governance, and strengthen social dialogue.
Governments, civil society, the private sector, and academics all have a role to play in bringing this coalition to life. The Dominican Republic has pledged its full support to the coalition so as to improve the livelihoods of our food system workers and their families. We invite you to join us and our partners in making this coalition a concrete reality across the world.
I hope you join us in this call to action to ensure people's rights are upheld and that they can provide for themselves and their loved ones with dignity.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you would like to add before we say goodbye? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. I would also like to thank Mr. Beitula for the video he has provided for us. Our next theme is making food systems work for women and girls. However, we are having difficulty connecting with our next speaker. We always plan for the best, but things happen that are out of control while conducting virtual meetings. So we will continue on to our third theme. And our third speaker is Mr. Ronald Hartman, Director of Global Engagement, Partnership, and Resource Mobilization, IFAD. Mr. Hartman's presentation is titled Sustainable Food Systems Finance, the Role of Public Development Banks in Transforming Food Systems. Hello and welcome.
Excellent. Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen from Rome. It really is a pleasure to join you and fellow panelists here today on behalf of the International Fund for Agriculture Development, or IFAD. Firstly, let me extend our special thanks to MAFRA for organising this year's edition of the Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agriculture Development. This year's theme around exploring future ODA pathways for food system transformation is very timely and relevant. As we heard from the previous speaker, it was only 8 weeks ago that the United Nations Food System Summit was convened by the United Nations Secretary General. And this really highlighted that our current food systems are unsustainable. It was highlighted during the Food Systems Summit that our food systems are not only failing people, but also, importantly, our planet. Currently, there are around 3 billion people that cannot afford healthy diets, and the lives of around 800 million people are blighted by hunger. And this includes, as we just saw in the video, the people that grow our food. And at the same time, highlighted very clearly at COP26 a couple of weeks ago, food systems are responsible for about a third of greenhouse gas emissions. They're major drivers of climate change and particularly biodiversity loss. So food systems, and in particular agriculture, are really at the core of food and nutrition security, climate and biodiversity agendas. My presentation today will focus on one important element of food system transformation, and that's finance. Next slide, please. So one important obstacle, or rather opportunity to realizing sustainable food system transformation is ensuring the availability of appropriate finance and support to enable food systems transformation. There has been, in the preparation for the Food System Summit, a number of analysis that calculates roughly how much it costs to end the world of food insecurity and hunger. Various recent estimates suggest that transforming food systems to deliver healthy people, a healthy planet, and a healthy economy will require an extra $300 to $350 billion a year for the next decade. For SDG 2 alone, a recent report from Ceres 2030, which you can see on the slide, estimated that an additional $14 billion of donor funding, which must be accompanied by an additional $19 billion a year from contributions from low and middle income countries' own budgets, will be needed to achieve SDG 2 alone. All of this means that we roughly need to double the amount of aid that's given for food security and nutrition each year, and we need to mobilize and ensure that finance is targeted to create the right incentives for food system transformation. Next slide, please. So it's very clear that we're not able to deliver high-performing, inclusive food systems without proper access to finance. Mobilizing private finance and particularly optimizing public finance can help us protect our natural resources. It can help small-scale producers particularly to manage risk. It can help us develop more sustainable business models to transform food systems. And it can particularly help address hunger and inequalities in our food system. So the financial system that underpins investments in food and agriculture must play a critical role in transforming food systems. In driving this transformation, public development banks, which are institutions with public mandates at the global, regional, and national levels, have a really pivotal role in promoting investments at scale for food systems transformation. PDBs themselves already form a really significant part of the food financing architecture. And according to recent research under the Financing in Common Network, it estimates that their annual investments reach as much as $1.4 trillion annually. Globally, there are around 40 public development banks that are specialized in agriculture and 72 public development banks that have a large agricultural portfolio. This may surprise you, but together they represent over 2/3 of the world's formal financing for agriculture. PDBs have important mandates, positioning and tools to really play a more catalytic role in transitioning towards more inclusive and sustainable food systems. Public development banks are public bodies, and they can convene diverse stakeholders and set priorities such as shared standards to accelerate investments. There are also banks that have social impact mandates, so they can leverage concessional financing and apply a diverse range of tools to attract additional investments to the sector. They can also leverage their deep networks to bring together the right actors to accelerate good practice and innovation. And they can particularly serve to lower costs and improve access to finance, particularly for the last mile of people that are most vulnerable and most at risk of current threats and challenges. This provides, we feel, really significant opportunities for collaboration to leverage the potential of PDBs as strategic actors. But however, PDBs currently face a number of challenges. They currently lack instruments, they lack the capacity, they lack the knowledge to play their part. We have other PDBs that have very good capacity and at the forefront of good practice and innovation. So it's based on this that IFAD has been, with other partners such as France and Italy, have been stepping up collaboration with PDBs to try and unlock their potential for a greater contribution to food systems transformation. Next slide, please. So over the course of this year, there's been a number of unique opportunities for advancing dialogue on food systems transformation. Of course, we heard before about the UN Food Systems Summit. We've also had a global financing in common summit, which has been championed by Italy and France. We, of course, have had the COP26, and there is the upcoming Nutrition for Growth Summit. The outcomes of all of these events are really shaping actions, particularly for the second half of the UN decade of action. The milestone events have been particularly important for building global momentum around the role of sustainable finance in transforming food systems, and particularly highlighting the specific role that public development banks can play. In November 2020, at the first Financing in Common Summit, which was hosted by France, IFAD convened a cluster of agricultural public development banks. This cluster submitted a joint statement to the summit, which basically advocated and provided support from public development banks to invest more sustainably in food system transformation. As a result of the establishment of this cluster, the public development banks themselves formed a working group on financing sustainable food systems. And this includes now over 70 public development banks representing all corners of the world. This work was carried forward at the UN Food Systems Summit, where the role of public development banks was highlighted and emphasized, and partners were encouraged to join and support a coalition of action for sustainable, inclusive food systems, and also to contribute to the development of a public development bank platform for green and inclusive food systems. And this platform was designed and will act as a tool for accelerating learning, innovation, and financing in line with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. In October, there was a second Financing in Common Summit where the Public Development Platform was officially launched and is open to all different partners. At COP26, public development banks were also well represented and highlighting the nexus between climate and food systems. Next month, or early next month, in a couple of weeks, the Nutrition for Growth Summit will take place, hosted by Japan. And there will be an opportunity also for the voice of public development banks to be heard, and highlighting their role and potential for improving nutrition, and particularly focusing on the poorest and most vulnerable populations. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, at the 2021 Financing in Common Summit, public development banks and members of the Financing in Common launched a sustainable food system cluster of PDBs, which was convened by IFAD, and also a new platform for green and inclusive food systems. We expect this platform to evolve to be an important space for building partnership, for sharing knowledge and accelerating learning among PDBs around green financing. The platform, we expect, will be able to provide technical assistance, to share experiences, and as I mentioned, to promote innovation. There are three main pillars that are envisaged through this platform. Firstly, a technical assistance pillar, which aims at helping PDBs to build their capacity, to better align their investments with the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and particularly sustainable food systems transformation. And this will include support to improve the assessment, monitoring of risk, and particularly being able to measure the impact of their investments. The second pillar will relate to a communications and learning pillar. And this, as I mentioned before, is to facilitate sharing among public development banks where capacity, resourcing, and results vary greatly. The final pillar is focused on financing, and this will help participating banks in designing various strategies to outreach, particularly in rural areas, but also to pilot innovation and provision of advisory services. This aims to really try to optimize balance sheet management for greater lending and financing to agriculture and creating the incentives for sustainable food systems transformation. We envisage as partner PDBs gradually improve skills, access to financing, that the platform will evolve based on the demand from public development banks. And this is really critical, that the platform itself and the coalition is formed based on the demand from PDBs themselves, not something that's forced or facilitated from the outside. As you can see on the slide, there are a number of principles of which the platform will operate within, and that is inclusivity, a focus on supporting national pathways for food system transformation, and as I mentioned before, that it's demand-driven. Next slide, please. So very quickly, in terms of the next steps for the coalition and the platform, in the coming months, in consultation with the Public Development Bank Working Group, IFAD will continue with other partners, particularly Italy and France, to mobilize experts to help with the design of the platform, and particularly focusing on each of the three pillars to identify priority activities, what the costs are going to be, and various governance aspects. In parallel, IFAD will continue to support convening a PDB Public Development Bank Working Group on sustainable financing for food systems. This working group is convened every second month and will continue to operate until the next Financing in Common Summit, which will be held in November 2022. We aim to continue to share best practices and to really support the development of the platform. PDBs themselves will continue to engage in joint advocacy. And I mentioned before the Nutrition for Growth Summit is approaching in early December. There'll also be a number of other relevant global events that are happening next year. Climate Adaptation Summit in January. IFAD itself will hold a Governing Council in February. And there are various other global events accumulating in COP28 in November 2022. The Public Development Bank Working Group will aim to launch an operational framework of the platform at the third edition of the FIX, which will happen in November next year. So that's a very quick summary of the work that's ongoing at the moment. Thank you, moderator, and back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to Mr. Hartman once again for his very informative presentation. We will continue on to our fourth theme, which is Consortium Social Protection for Food Systems Transformation. And of course, last but not least, we will welcome our fourth speaker, and hopefully we'll be able to have a chance to listen from Mr. Mamanuki as well. Now, Mr. Omar Benamour, Social Protection Officer at UNFAO, will be speaking about social protection for food systems transformation. Hello and welcome.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Omar Benamour. I'm a social protection officer in the FAO headquarters in Rome, and I'm part of this consortium for social protection for food system transformation. And it's an honor to be here with you today. So I will start my presentation. So very briefly, as my colleagues were saying already, I don't need to repeat what they've been saying, but I guess we all know that our food systems are not sustainable. They endanger biodiversity, overuse natural resources, accelerate climate change, but also they do not solve hunger and poverty. And as you all know, we still have 1.1 billion people that still live in extreme and moderate poverty. And that's an increase of poverty due to COVID. And we know that also poverty and generally hunger are mostly focusing in or concentrated in rural areas. And for this, social protection has been or is already a key solution and has been promoted as such in a number of countries for reducing poverty, improving food security and nutrition. but also promoting decent, sustainable, and resilient livelihoods, especially within our agri-food system. And this is the overall goal of this consortium. So the agenda of this presentation will be the following. So basically, first I will present very largely the overall framework and some example of action that needs to be taken place and what is the overall narrative of our consortium. And I will present then what is, let's say, how social protection has been framed so far in the Food System Summit in the different national pathways. And then I will present you the structure and the objective of this consortium and the next steps. So it's this consortium is a joint effort and interest. It has been created and coordinated by different type of institutions and stakeholders. So you can see NGOs such as Care Gain, but also UN agencies such as FAO, ILO, UNICEF, the World Bank, and WFP, but also some universities such as Tufts University. HOSBO has been promoted and supported by national governments already, such as Bangladesh, Chile, Ethiopia, Germany, Kenya, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, Peru, and the Netherlands. As well by local governments and municipalities, such as the one of Austin, Mexico City, and Birmingham. So what has been the timeline so far? Since the beginning of the preparation of the Food System Summit this year, we had to submit some game-changing solutions, and some of them, a larger number of them, were related to social protection, especially in the Action Track 1 related to food security and nutrition outcomes, in the Action Track 4 related to decent work and sustainable livelihoods, but also in the Action Track 5 related to resilient livelihoods. Based on this, we created a sort of, we organized a first member state consultation to cluster all the solutions of the different action tracks in June 21. And then we prepared an affiliated session during the pre-summit of the Food System Summit in July this year. Then we continued developing our narrative and the construction of this coalition in September through member states consultation, while we organized an independent side event in September during the Food System Summit. More recently, we officially created a working group under the Universal Social Protection 2030 Coalition, Global Coalition that promotes universal social protection. And we have been already organizing some meetings in November 2021 to organize our work. So just to present the overall framework of this coalition and the overall idea behind the role of social protection to transform our food systems. As you know, social protection is a right and it has been also an essential and proven strategy for poverty reduction, improving food security and nutrition, but also promoting decent and sustainable and resilient livelihoods. And it's time to scale up this solution, especially in low and middle income countries. As you know also, 53% of the world population has absolutely no coverage of any type of social protection benefits, and the larger gap is actually situated in Africa. And also a larger underinvestment of social protection in a large number of countries to reach universal access or universal coverage. So what we aim to do is, with this coalition, is to leverage the role of social protection for poverty reduction, food security and nutrition, but also decent work. So promoting universal social protection, so aiming at really focusing on the policy and legislation, government capacity and coordination, delivery platform and infrastructure, planning and financing, but also evidence generation and dissemination, knowledge and learning. And based on this, the idea is to focus on specific outcomes or optimize the impact on specific outcomes that are related to food systems, especially food security and nutrition, decent work and sustainable livelihood, but also focusing on specific aspects such as improving the coverage, the adequacy, the comprehensiveness, the quality, and the responsiveness of social protection system around the world. So just to give you some example in terms of nutrition and how do we make sure that we improve the impact of food security and nutrition through social protection, the idea is to here, as you can see on this slide, focus on extending the coverage, making sure that we prioritize population that are the least able to adequately and consistently meet essential need for nutritious food. We have also the adequacy aspect that is also important to making sure that we mind the affordability gap and design transfer to close as much as possible the cost of nutritious gap as soon as possible. In terms of comprehensiveness as well, we need to also reinforce social protection, food security and nutrition outcomes by linking to and bundling benefits with key services. In terms of quality, also there's a need for inclusive social protection design and delivery, safeguard, and empowering people and provide quality benefits, assistance, and services. And finally, in terms of responsiveness, and this is something that is a bit cross-cutting around the different outcomes, making sure that social protections are shock responsive and associated to, are actually useful to respond to specific shocks and crises. In terms of decent work, I will not go that much into details here because I think that Elvis mentioned a lot of the aspect of the role of social protection for promoting decent work, making sure that workers have an adequate access to social insurance and social security as a whole. So I don't think that I will need to go that much into details here, but the idea is to focus on changing or modifying legal frameworks, making sure that we absolutely extend coverage to all workers, and especially agricultural workers that are generally excluded from any type of social security schemes. There's an aspect related to the adequacy, to making sure that we review the legislation, the modalities for adjusting contribution and benefits, but also providing information on the rights and the obligation, but also ensuring the compliance and the incentives of the systems. But also we can think about focusing on the comprehensiveness of the social protection systems by giving progressively higher protection and contribution, looking at non-contributory schemes and economic inclusion programs for promoting a certain transition from an informal activity to a formal sectors. So, and it's very relevant in terms of food system, for example. So going also at the last outcome related to social protection is again around economic inclusion. So we promoting the role of social protection for transforming livelihoods, promoting sustainable and resilient livelihood. And this is through the promotion of economic inclusion programs, which are generally coordinated and multidimensional intervention that support individuals, households, and communities to increase their income and assets. And it's quite relevant when, again, as I said earlier, a large part of the people involved in food system actually are poor or are unemployed. So there's a large gap that we can cover here through the promotion of this specific solution. And there's a dual objective around this. The specific outcome is to enhance the resilience and inclusion of the poor and vulnerable by unleashing their productive potential. And there's two pathways for this. There's agriculture path, so with basically facilitating access to markets that is critical for local food system transformation. So making sure that small-scale farmers are supported and can have an access to unleash their productive potential and make sure that they can have an access to markets and increase their income. And there's a diversification path that basically is looking at how do we generate income from agriculture, but also natural resource management, as well as non-agriculture related activities, especially in rural areas that are associated to agri-food system transformation. And in that context, social protection is actually an enabler for making the necessary investment to kickstart or further develop an income strategy, but it's also an enhancer in terms of protecting incomes against shocks and building capacities and capabilities that can further strengthen income strategies. So the role of social protection in that regard is to improve risk management, releasing liquidity and financial constraints, supporting productive and human capital accumulation, but also supporting reallocation of resources. Then another aspect that I didn't mention in this slide, but is very critical in terms of food system transformation, is that social protection can help to better manage natural resources, and we have a lot of evidence around that, especially in the fishery sector, in the crop production sectors, but also in the forestry sector, for example. So beyond the content and the technical aspect of our work, we have been creating this working group to support countries to strengthen the linkages between social protection and food system at country level. So within the Food System Summit and through looking at the national pathways, we've seen that 62 out of the 104 countries that have uploaded the national pathways are referring to social protection as one of their key solutions. And we have a large number also of countries that have expressed interest in or supporting the work of this consortium that we created earlier this year. Again, a few countries, example of countries that have been mentioning all of the social protection areas of interest, are looking at the three dimensions outcomes that we have mentioned before. So you have a few number of them. Most of the countries are focusing on the role of social protection for reducing hunger, but despite that, there's a lot of linkages with other outcomes that have been identified. Again, this working group the idea is to coordinate the multi-partner effort to leverage food system by strengthening social protection and support USP 2030 goals. The idea is to leverage the existing momentum of the response to COVID-19, the Food System Summit, and build upon national commitment to strengthen systems and make them more coordinated and move towards sustainable long-term solutions. But also the idea is to guide and inform recovery from COVID-19 impacts and efforts to build forward for better outcome and sustainable improvements. And this is through mostly three action areas, let's say. Evidence generation, so really generating knowledge products on what to support decision making and let's say clarifying the linkages between social protection and food system transformation. It's also implementing and monitoring, so really focusing on country work level and making sure that we support government in designing and implementing and monitoring social protection systems that can transform their food systems, but also it's through a connection and sharing experience, so brokering connection between partners and countries for peer-to-peer learning. As you can see, it's like kind of summarized into this slide. What is, and I will mostly end here, is the fact that so far that we're creating, as I said, formally this working group as part of the Global Coalition of Universal Social Protection 2030. And then we're trying to increase the number of members within the consortium to be beyond the USP 2030. That already have as members the African Union, the European Union, the Inter-American Development Bank, OECD, France, Belgium, Germany, Finland, etc. So we have already a large number of members, but I think we want to go beyond that. We want to also establish subgroups within this consortium to focus on those specific outcomes that I mentioned before, and we are into the development of work plans for 22-23. And the idea is to provide support to at least 15 countries that have been highlighting social protection as one of their solutions in their national pathways. And we want to also improve coordination and synergies with other coalitions, such as the one on decent work and living common wages, zero hunger, human development peace nexus, women empowerment one, and the youth engagement, as well as others that refer to also social protection. So it really shows a cross-cutting dimension of this coalition. And finally, just to end here, as I said, like the proposed subgroups are so far to develop a novel framework and look at how we can better strengthen linkages between food system and social protection, so evidence-based. So we are developing a conceptual framework with the University of Western Cape, based in South Africa. And also we have two other working groups, subgroups that are being created, one on social assistance to improve food security and nutrition, and a second one related to economic inclusion and decent work for sustainable livelihood in agri-food system. So I will end here, and I will be happy to answer all your questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benamor. I'm sure that if we have questions, we can share them with you later on during the panel discussion. We have just received great news. We did have difficulty connecting with our second speaker, and we are now connected online, so we're able to get back on track. The theme is making food systems work for women and girls, which is a subject that is also close to my heart. So please welcome Ms. Jemima Njuki, Director for Africa, International Food Policy Research Institute. Hello, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me, and apologies for that delay in joining you. I hope you can see my presentation on the screen.
For now, do we see a presentation? Okay, we're getting that up for you. If you can be patient with us for a little moment. Okay, yes, we do have the presentation on screen.
Thank you. So I'll be making a presentation on the Coalition on Making Food Systems Work for Women and Girls. And I'm doing this, we are in a transition phase, transitioning this coalition to the Rome-based agencies, to WFP, to IFED, and to FAO, but I'll be making it today as the custodian for gender equality and women's empowerment for the UN Food Systems Summit 2021. So this coalition actually came out of the work of what was called the gender lever of the UN Food Systems Summit. And basically our vision was for a just and equitable food system. We recognized that a lot of the conversations in the last years have been about making food systems sustainable, making them deliver nutritious foods, but we really wanted to bring an equity and justice focus to the food system. Recognizing that the food system needs to guarantee a world without hunger for all, but that the roles, the responsibilities, the opportunities, and the choices that are available to women and men and other groups within these food systems are not predetermined by restrictive gender roles. But even more important was that we wanted to see equity not just within households, but across countries, across communities, and across households where individuals are equipped to produce enough food for their own populations, but they can also participate in equitable local, global, and regional food trading systems. So we really also brought in a strong food governance perspective to the coalition and the work of the gender lever. So, but what did it mean, and what does it mean to shape food systems so that they're just and equitable? And we had a couple of principles, a couple of guiding, something to guide us towards what this future of a just and equitable food system looks like. So one of the things we recognized was that it would require a combination of improved knowledge, the policies needed to change, there were regulations and investments across the production to consumption continuum, but also the need to rethink the role of women as producers and consumers. Because when we think about equity in food systems, when we think about women young people in food systems, there is always a tendency to look at what it is that they're doing, what their contribution is to the food system. And we wanted to sort of shift the focus to also actually think about, as this moment of the UN Food System Summit has provided us with an opportunity to shape the food system, to make sure we are shaping it in a way that they contribute, food systems themselves, in themselves, contribute to the process of women's empowerment. So the goal really is to ensure that as transformation happens in food systems, that they are equitable, but that they also meaningfully engage and benefit all, women, boys, girls, men, indigenous peoples, amongst other groups that are often marginalized from these processes. So I want to talk about where we're coming from and who's the group that has really been thinking through this. So I led a team of what was called the Gender Diva, and it had membership from Rome-based agencies, from FAO, from IFAD, from WFP, but also included civil society and grassroots organizations, because we really wanted and needed to hear the voices of women and girls from around the world. We worked very closely with the Action Track leadership teams and the Secretariat to ensure that what was being produced from other elements, from other groups within the Food System Summit processes, that it was also gender transformational, that it would respond to the needs, priorities, and constraints of women. We held dialogues around the world, mobilizing voices of women, voices of men, and other groups from across the globe to meaningfully engage with the UN Food System Summit. So we had dialogues on women and food systems in Africa. We had a dialogue for Latin America, one for South Asia, for Europe, and Central Asia. But also really our role was to make sure that we kept the gender agenda as a top priority across the UN Food System Summit processes, including all the solutions, the dialogues, and the networks. So we had two basic questions. One is to really figure out what would be the game-changing propositions that would transform gender for each of the action track. How do you get gender, the empowerment of women and girls within the resilience agenda, within the nutritious foods agenda, within the production, nature positive production agenda? And so we worked closely with the action track leaders. But we were also looking at some of the structural inequalities in food systems, really thinking through what are the gender-specific game-changing propositions that could actually transform food systems so that they were empowering for women and that they were also equitable. And I'll focus a little bit on that in a minute. And so what we are in the process of, I think this is one of the newest coalitions, because we just got together. We had our first coalition meeting right after the summit. And what we want to put really firmly as the goal for this coalition is to ensure that women and men, boys and girls, and other groups have equitable roles, responsibilities, opportunities, and choices. And that everyone is equipped to participate in local, global, and regional food systems activities in a way that is meaningful for them, in a way that is dignified, that they can get a dignified wage out of their activities in food systems, but that these food systems are also not leaving anyone behind. As part of our game-changing propositions, we came up with 20 things, or 10 priorities that we think can drive action towards equitable food systems. We are in the process of putting these together into a coalition document. But what we also want to do is to develop a mechanism for monitoring and reporting on progress on these 10 point agenda action. There's a proposal to actually have a biannual report every 2 years to discuss, to document, to synthesize what is the status of gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls in food systems as part of linking SDG 5 and SDG 2. And we are also supporting other coalitions, including the Zero Hunger, the School Meals Coalition, and others, to make sure that women and girls are family and gender equality is firmly embedded in these coalitions. And I was actually very happy to see the last presentation really talk about the links between the Social Protection Coalition and the Gender Equality Coalition. I want to talk very quickly about what the proposals for this coalition are and what the coalition will be focusing on. And this framework sort of gives us a very nice summary of the domains that we will be focusing on. And we will be focusing on 4 domains. The first domain is about building women's and the agency of women and girls, but also the agency of men to be much more conscious of the priorities of the needs of women and girls. So there's a very strong, even as we talk about a coalition on making food systems work for women and girls, really very aware that the leadership in food systems at the moment is still very male dominated, and we need the support of that leadership. We need the support of men in households, in communities to make this happen. The second domain is on access to resources and opportunities, and top of the agenda here is access to resources such as land and financial inclusion for women who are in food systems. The third domain is changing the informal cultural norms and deep structures that actually are the underlying causes of gender inequalities, both in society, but that we see replicated in food systems. And the third domain is changing policies, rules, and institutional arrangements so that they work for women. So as you can see, we're moving from individual change to systemic change, but also moving from changing the informal, such as norms, to the formal, such as policies. So I want to briefly describe what is included in each of these domains. In domain 1, what we have are 3 entry points for systems change. So the first, what we're calling game-changing proposition, is an alliance for anemia actions, recognizing the disproportionate burden of anemia on women and girls, and having nutrition actions that actually respond and address that. This alliance has already started a lot of work. It is led by the Micronutrient Initiative with a couple of other partners. So here we're dealing with nutrition, with economic empowerment, but also with leadership of women in food systems. In terms of economic empowerment, one of the strongest proposals to the summit was to set up hubs that are designed to support women-led enterprises that combine technical and financial support. And a lot of these have been included in some of the national food systems transformation pathways, thinking through how do governments support women more, whether it is with extension services, technical services, financial services. The third area here is on leadership, and what we have started already is what we're calling a global accountability mechanism for global food systems organizations to ensure 3 things: that they have women's leadership, they have diverse leadership in these organizations, that they have internal policies that support women to advance in their leadership, but that their work is also equitable, that they're looking at equitable outcomes from their work. We launched the inaugural Global Food 50/50 report during the summit, and we're in the process of planning for for the 2022 Global Food 50-50. There were 52 organizations included in the first report. The goal is to have about 200 global food systems organizations included in this accountability mechanism. The second main is on increasing access to and rights to resources, and here we're focusing on two main ones, land and finance. And this is in recognition of the fact that the gender resource gap has direct implications on the work and income security, translating to food and nutrition security, as well as empowerment of women and girls. And here there are three proposals that the coalition will be pursuing. One is on land rights for women. This is focusing on two dimensions, both the legal protection for land rights for women that is embedded in laws, regulations, and policies of governments, but also equitable community-based decision-making mechanisms, ensuring that women are actually included in community land decisions and that there is no discrimination or bias in the way community land is allocated. In finance, one of the biggest proposals we have here that has already kickstarted is the alliance of close to 50 plus financial institutions to implement gender transformative finance mechanisms. And this is in recognition of the very specific barriers that women who work in food systems face in terms of access to financial inclusion, but also taking the shift away from just thinking, okay, we need to train women on financial inclusion, we need to train on financial literacy. That is important, but also shifting the burden of making financial inclusion work for women to financial institutions themselves so that they are able to understand what are the needs and priorities of women for financial inclusion and to actually design and deliver products that work for women who are working in food systems. The third domain is on legislative policy and legislative biases against women and how to remove these from our laws. So three proposals here. National programs use gender transformative approaches. These are approaches that really interrogate the underlying causes of gender inequalities and address them. An alliance of countries with feminist or what we're calling gender responsive food systems policies. We know there's been a history of feminist international policies, and now we want to translate, with countries like Canada, Norway, and we want now to translate that into food systems policies. How do we embed gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls into food systems policy? But to support that, we need data. We have serious gaps in gender data, especially nationally representative gender data. And so the proposal to actually have a global data hub where we can bring food systems data and embed sex disaggregated as well as gender indicators to monitor the equity of food systems. And the last one is on shifting harmful and constraining gender and social norms for broader societal change, because we recognize some of these gaps that we see, whether they're in resources, whether they're in land rights. A lot of them, the root causes are actually how the broader society views women and girls. So here there's a proposal led by a couple of civil society organizations, a campaign of work to tackle harmful social and gender norms, customs, and values that will engage men and women, boys and girls together as agents for change at all levels. Now, in the setting up of the coalition, each of these domains is a working group that is colored by two organizations that has, and as you have seen a lot of it, what we wanted to do is, because this is so critical, not to wait for a moment to launch this coalition, but to already start specific working groups working on some of the issues. There's a couple of countries that have expressed interest in this coalition. Currently, we are working with a group of them, with Canada, with countries that are part of the European Union, with Finland, with Norway, with Ethiopia, with Zambia. We have the Gambia also engaged, Morocco. So a couple of countries that have already expressed interest in this. A majority of countries actually did explicitly mention women and girls and gender equality in the national food systems transformation pathways. So we know that there's actually a political will from across countries to tackle some of these issues. At the moment, as I mentioned, we are transitioning the secretariat and the leadership of this coalition from the International Food Policy Research Institute, where I've been based, to a joint technical committee that comprises of the gender technical leads from FAO, from IFAD, and from the World Food Programme. I will stop there. Thank you very much for having me. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nijuki, and I would also like to thank all of our speakers for session 3 for the great insights. With all the presentations in mind, let us now proceed with the panel discussion for session 3. Before we begin, I would like to remind you that if you have any questions or comments, our chat is open for you to post at any time. Now, please welcome our moderator, Assistant Professor Jang Hae-young, Department of Politics and International Relations, Chungang University. We are also joined by panel discussants, Director Chang Eun-ha, Center for International Development and Cooperation, Korean Women's Development Institute, Mr. Yoon Dong-jin, Special Program Officer, IFAD, and Director General Seo Jung-hwa of MDB Operations Department, EDCF Group, the Export-Import Bank of Korea. And again, special thanks to all 4 speakers for being with us. Mr. Elvis Beiduyev, Ms. Jemima Nuki, Mr. Ronald Hartman, and Mr. Omar Benamour. Professor Jang, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much for having me today. Hello and everybody, and welcome to the third session of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. My name is Hae-young Chang. I'm the Assistant Professor of the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Chungang University. Also, I'm the member of the Committee of the International Development Cooperation under the Prime Minister Office of the South Korea. So thank you very much for having me again. Okay, as you know, we had a very wonderful session, 2 sessions actually yesterday. In each session, presenters share their expert knowledge and detailed analysis regarding the various challenges as well as the opportunity that many countries actually faced in the transformation of the food system under the pandemic situation. So following yesterday, today we will have another informative session. I expect that all participants in this session will have the sector expert knowledge and the multilateral organization, the policy direction, as well as the international initiative with the transformation and food system. As we actually had from my right side, I think that we are going to start from the Dr. Chang Eun-ha with this session, and probably we will have the 10 minutes for each discussant, and then if we do have a little bit more time, then I will open the Q&A session to the audience as well as the additional comment or the question. Please, Dr. Jang, you'll be
Hello, my name is Eun-ha Chang, coming from the Korean Women's Development Institute. Thank you so much for inviting me to this very important as well as very meaningful forum today, I just got to know, actually, I knew that women in rural areas, food system, it's very much closely related. But I just recently got to know that this Food Systems Summit was held in September at UN, and I thought this was such a great initiative which aims at transforming this current situation, and which is also happening actually in global gender agenda. So I will talk about three things in this short amount of time. I think I'm allotted about 9 minutes now. I will first talk about how what we've discussed today, and especially what Dr. Unjuki have introduced us, is closely related with what's happening in gender global agenda right now. So there could be a synergy. Secondly, I want to talk about the gender-based violence in rural area, the importance of that. Thirdly, I want to talk a little bit about COVID-19 and gender situation in rural area. So first, after actually listening to all the wonderful presenters and also Dr. Unjuki's presentation, it came to my mind that Generation Equality Forum that was held in July this year has very similar language to what this coalition, Gender Equality Coalition for this food system that we've talked about today. So in Generation Equality Forum, which inherits the Beijing Platform for Action that was established in 1995, it has very similar languages and goals, action coalition goals, of what we just discussed today. So briefly, if I introduce that, I'll just read out. Among 6 priority action coalition in that Generation Equality Forum, this action coalition on economic justice and rights is a relevant one to this, what we're talking about today. And you can find many similarities between this and the Food Systems Summit initiatives. For example, it says, as a vision, systems and structures are gender responsive and ensure equitable, secure access to resources, services and decision making, participation in gender transformative enterprise and trade, promotion of non-discriminatory labor markets, free of violence and harassment, etc. So resources, system, structures, these are all the wordings that we can closely hear in today's presentation. So as an action, they have laid out 4 actions, which is also very relevant to what our discussion today, which are increase women's economic empowerment by transforming the care economy, expand decent work and employment in formal and informal economies. We've just Dr. Unjuki saying that now we're moving from informal to formal sector, to individual to system. So I thought that was very insightful, and that very matches with what this Generation Equality Forum aims at. Third, increase women's access to and control over productive resources. Again, what we've just heard in this session. Promote gender transformative economies. So why am I reading all this out? I think there's a great synergy between what's going on in Global Women's Agenda and also what we've just talked about. So if we link these 2 initiatives, these 2 action coalitions, I think we can actually generate synergies in making changes. Second, I want to stress out the importance of eliminating gender-based violence against women, and also very much in rural area. As you know, the GBV includes domestic violence, sexual harassment, etc., and also harmful practices against women and girls. And these are so debilitating, and it just lessens the empowerment of women, as we all know. And this is actually a very serious issue in women in rural areas, especially related with some geographical topography of some countries. For example, like Peru, which has this, it's a mountainous country, and it's really, domestic violence is a really big problem because it's not visible, because you can't really reach out to the mountainous area, and because these violences go unreported. This was also the same issue in Mongolia when I visited there 2 years ago. This gender expert actually visited all the remote areas of a Mongolian steppe. And she found out that the domestic violence, gender violence, was a very big issue because those victims cannot really have a reporting mechanism. And that's why I want to stress out that we really need to consider eliminating GBV issues in rural areas in order to have this more fundamental for structural, transformative change and empowering women and girls. Third, I want to talk about the importance of COVID-19 and unpaid care and domestic work. Usually, before the COVID-19, women were already spending about 3 more hours than men for this unpaid care work at home and elsewhere, and also household work. So there was already inequalities, or there were already differences. Now, when the COVID-19 broke out, as all of us know well, these differences started to jump. So women are taking, because children, they don't go to school, because we have social distancing. Now we are bound to live in a limited area, which is, packed area inside the house. All of these burden of unpaid care and domestic household, it increases and the burden comes on women. Now, the situation gets worse for the women in rural area. You see a lot of women reporting increase in burden of house chores, etc. Second, they report decrease in income resulting from this crisis because they lose jobs, their husband lose jobs, and etc. Thirdly, this is one example, but a lot of women suffer from lack of water, lack of access to water. And as we know, during COVID-19, WASH is really important sector. And they suffer. And because water fetching, usually that responsibility comes upon women, so this becomes more responsibility, more burdensome for women as well. So I think it's really important that we do consider COVID-19 situation, especially during this difficult time of pandemic. Lastly, I just want to conclude that this also, Dr. Unjuki has rightly mentioned that all the 5 action tracks that was decided at the Food Systems Summit, it's not only what we're talking about, this equitable livelihood, but I strongly urge that in all, from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all 5 action plans, the gender is mainstream because women can contribute to access to food, and they should be the beneficiary of the access to food. Sustainable consumption, nature-positive production, equitable livelihood, which we're talking about now, and also resilience. Women can actually contribute as well as become the beneficiary of all these 5 efforts. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. That was a very informative talk. And let's move on to the Mr. Yoon Dong-jin. Yeah, actually, unfortunately, Mr. Yoon Dong-jin is not in Seoul right here. So, Mr. Yoon, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Can you actually adjust your mic or? Oh, I cannot hear you. Can you? Everybody is here, except myself. Okay, that's something wrong. Okay, thank you very much. Can you actually repeat again? Okay.
Hello.
Oh yeah. Finally, we are able to hear. Thank you very much. So please, you actually have also 10-minute discussion. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Professor Chang. Good afternoon and good morning. Glad to see you all. Thank you for the presentations. It is my pleasure to be part of 2021 ODA Forum. My name is Dongjin Yoon, and I'm joining you from Italy, where I'm working. Before IFAD, I have engaged in various domestic policy areas at the Ministry of Agriculture. At first, I was a bit reluctant to accept the invitation as my work is being in between Korean government and international organization. Yet I agreed because sharing my knowledge and idea might help my Korean colleagues in Korea. It seems that they are currently struggling to come up with a new ODA strategy by assessing and reflecting domestic demands and international dynamics. My intervention will be in three parts. I would like to start by posing a question, then I will briefly touch upon my observation on Food Summit. After that, allow me to propose three keywords for the development of Korean ODA policy. They seem like rather vague concept, though. It is my hope for the Ministry of Agriculture to take my message away for further deliberation. Yes, indeed, today's forum is covering comprehensive and ambitious agenda. Especially our session is dealing with many social aspects of food system, decent work, gender equity, social protection, and so forth. No doubt about that. International organizations have a mission to assist poor people's livelihood. Social justice is getting more prominence in development projects. From the field, however, I have heard some concerns about growing list of constraints and objectives. With that, I would like to hear more about some internationally agreed social index or measurement in agriculture. I mean, the index is specifically designed for the rural community for the international comparison. And if possible, in applying them in the field project, what kind of advice you would share for the harmonization of development goals? Turning to the summit, I have the opportunity to engage in the preparation work. There I have witnessed extraordinary concerted efforts among many international organizations, especially anchoring organizations strive to drive food and agriculture agenda to the highest point in global politics. The resounding message was clear: transform current food system. In the journey to the transition, as we have seen in this forum, all set of coalition requests are getting louder. Once again, in the process of Food Summit, many stakeholders collectively sorted out food-related issues and successfully illustrated their relationship, so-called Nexus and SDG 2030. Yet the critical question remains: who is going to pay the bill? Combined by climate conference and ongoing global pandemics, the momentum which UN Food Summit has attracted is at the risk of mitigation. I'm not willing to delve into resource issues, yet what I have realized in Rome is that ODA is much more than development. It has its own ecosystem. Now for the Ministry of officials, I'm sympathizing with them. They feel double pressures. Internationally, Korea is expected and obliged to increase its ODA share. Domestically, its constituencies are requesting justifiable evidence or value for money. Having said that, I would suggest three keywords as food for thought. Firstly, what crossed my mind is so-called policy relevance. It is a matter of substance. To be frank with you, agricultural ODA in Korea is harder to gather domestic support. I mean, farmers' support. It will be fine unless they are in strong objection. Again, without proper relevance, it will be very difficult to maintain related budget and policy support. So, please pay attention to not only current policies, but also past policy experiences. Many officials are reluctant to disclose errors. However, successes and failures are equally important. In this regard, Korea has ample potentials. Allow me a few examples out of last decade's experience. There could be such as farm household registration, animal tracking system, integrated rural development projects, mobile-based extension service, and so forth. Secondly, I would like to underline policy coherence. ODA should not be an island. It needs to be aligned with the domestic priorities. Speaking of policy coherence, I'm referring both Ministry of Food and Korean government as a whole. Whether it is bilateral or multilateral or mixture of the two, in the end, ODA will be inscribed on the diplomatic plate. To my knowledge, Korea has rather less centralized decision-making structure. Each ministry has some jurisdictions. Yet, in terms of coherence, foreign policies, trade policies, and ODA policies to be incorporated into one way or another. Thirdly, in modernizing ODA system, it is critical to have proper infrastructure, such as implementation body and independent review mechanism. To some extent, on ad hoc basis, research institutes have played a role. With the growing ODA volume and so diverse stakeholders, I believe now is time to look into current modus operandi. However, don't be in a hurry. Time frames should be laid out for mid to longer term. How to bring up human capital, expertise, and competitive institutional capacity, these are the key to success. In terms of agricultural ODA, I think Korea is still at the youth stage in OECD donors community. Surely there must be followers or beginners advantage. There are many lessons to learn from Europe, Japan, and even China. I'm not saying copying them. On the contrary, Korea should find out its own ODA model by reviewing those predecessors in a critical perspective. I hope this ODA forum will provide a useful window for the mission. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much for Mr. Yoon. Actually, you shared a lot about the very informative question to many presenters as well as myself. Definitely, I will actually have some comment as well as some question, not only to you, but also to the presenter. Actually, I fully enjoyed my moderator's authority in the future. Okay, so next, I believe that the director Seo Jung-hwa from the EDCF and Korea Axim, also you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to discuss on advancing equitable livelihood, decent work in the food system, together with the ILO, IFPRI, IFAD, and FAO. Korea Exim Bank is responsible for the operation of a government fund called Economic Development Cooperation Fund, which is concessional lending arm of Korea's ODA program. Today I heard your initiative about the UN Food Systems Summit and action plans, action tracks, and I found our efforts or EDSHEP efforts is also aligned to your big picture, and I hope we will integrate into the coalition platform. And based on Korea's own development experience over the past decades, EDSHEP assists industrial development and economic stability of the developing partner countries through its highly concessional sovereign loan and technical assistance. EDSHEP is one of the two largest ODA institutions in Korea, along with the KOICA, and its annual spending budget reached $1.1 billion this year. And over the past 34 years, EDSHEP has supported 460 development projects worth 18 billion in 57 countries. So we have a lot to share and cooperate in order to our common goal to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. Because EDSHEP is a sovereign loan to government, transportation and road account for the largest share of 34%, and health, water, energy, each sector took more than 10% of EDSHEP support, and the agriculture sector account for about 5%. Speaking specifically about the agricultural sector, EDSHEP mainly supports the construction of irrigation system and large-scale reservoir dams in Asian countries. As an example, EDSHEP constructed 4 irrigation dams in Cambodia with a loan of $100 million, and we are now building a primary irrigation canal system in Banten Minche province of Cambodia, and the sovereign loan amount to $85 million. And in the neighboring Cambodia, EDSHEP sought to achieve integrated rural development approach. I mean, not only building the irrigation system, but also combining machinery supply and rice processing complex and support for market access, capacity building of villages along the rice production value chain. So we called it integrated rural development, but we found it's impossible to one institution can cover all this one. So we have to utilize the market incentives and market system, and we work together on the common development platform. In Indonesia, Ethiopia, and Tanzania, EDSHEP has supported similar projects in the rice cultivation and breadbasket region. In Africa, now we try to diversify our support. Recently, EDSHEP expanded its portfolio to support food system value chain. We approved refrigerated warehouse for fish in Senegal and fish processing and cold storage facility in Angola. This kind of approach is recently new to us. And for the Senegal project, EDSHEP applied 0% interest rate with a 40 years repayment period in order to incentivize small and medium enterprise participation. For the Angola project, we applied 0.01% annual interest rate. So we try to provide some incentives in the financial terms to our partner countries. And we found some promising new project regarding integrated agro-industrial park concept. Currently, EDSHEP is discussing with the multilateral development banks, especially African Development Bank, to support agro-processing industrial park in countries where agriculture accounts for a high proportion of gross domestic product. The agricultural industrial park is a strategic tool under the UNIDO, specifically support Africa countries, with a focus on transformation of agriculture and livestock products. It aims to generate income through agriculture and non-agricultural activity by linking agriculture and agricultural industries. EDCF can assist partner countries to develop the agricultural industrial park facilities such as site development, water supply, electrical and telecommunication connection, and road. In particular, we are looking at the area to support sewage and wastewater treatment facility because it is more focused on the agricultural processing industry and companies. Lastly, I'd like to talk about women and youth entrepreneurs' access to finance. EDCF approved the financial accessibility enhancement project for gender equality in Cambodia, and it is unique for the EDCF to directly support a private financial institution rather than our development partner country government. The beneficiary borrowers were two Cambodian microfinance institutes that lend money to the female entrepreneurs primarily engaged in small agriculture and commercial business. To reduce the credit risk of local microfinance institute, the EDCF provided loans through a Korean bank's local subsidiary, which wanted to play a larger role in the local financial market. The EDCF offered a concessional loan with interest rate of 0.8%, and it was evaluated to increase financial access for Cambodian women and low-income youth. Now we discussed a lot, and our moderator asked me, what is today's discussion implication to Korea's agriculture ODA? And I think a new idea was given in the process of UN Food System Summit. And I found you consider the whole food system and seek the role of agriculture that contribute to job creation and common livelihood. And it is also meaningful, it is possible to think of a model for cooperation with the microfinance institute and public development banks specialized in agriculture and women's enterprise. Since many Korean banks are increasingly investing in the ASEAN region, it is worth to collaborate with them. So by participating in this dialogue, I found many works of ILO and IFAD, FAO, and IFRI, and we learn a lot, and we want to align our operation into the common coalition efforts. Before concluding my discussion, I'd like to mention one thing. Mr. Petulayev presented about the food system workers. I thought food system workers, it was my father. I was from farming house, and my father was suffered from the poverty, poor working condition, low skill and productivity, informal child labor, all of difficulties you explained. But Korea has overcome these difficulties through hard working and also enabling environment from the government side, including infrastructure and access to market and access to finance too. And more importantly, the decent works was provided by the community. Mr. Omar of FAO explained the agricultural path and diversification path for economic inclusion. Actually, when I was young, my father was very hard to grow the rice, but it was not enough to generate decent wages or incomes. But fortunately, just beside my house, there was a manufacturing factory. So my father worked there when he don't have to work in the rice paddy. And that generated some incomes. And my father saved money and let them to use for educating 3 sons. Now me and my 2 brothers graduated the college, and my father invested fully in accumulating human capital. So I think your approach, considering economic inclusion, agricultural path, and diversification path, it is a very important factor. And Mr. Hartman of IFAD said, a lot of resources, how can he mobilize this one? Majority will come from the domestic resources, But some external resources are also necessary. So we have to make some coalition. And finally, work for women and girls. Whenever I think of myself, I cannot remind my grandmother and mother. They were center of our livelihood in my family. They never break down under difficulties. And we have to value the women's roles. And we have to keeping the gender agenda a top priority. I agree with you, Nyuki. So it is my discussion with you. And I appreciate MAFRA. And I think Korea is important because we can show them the evidence and confidence. And we have experience, knowledge, and resources. And with the leadership of MAFRA, we can have more contribution and join our common effort to reduce the hunger and poverty by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very heartwarming the personal experience as well as your expert knowledge. Also, if you guys actually allow me, then I would like to fully enjoy my authority being a moderator to join this discussion and to just share some of my thoughts in case of the presentation. First of all, thank you very much for all the wonderful presentation. Actually, I learned a lot from the international initiative as well as, actually, I didn't know that so many different types of international initiative in case of the transformation of the food system. So this is my very great opportunity to have this knowledge from one of the best experts from the multilateral organization. So I would like to actually thank you, all of you. So based on your presentation, I'd like to share some of my opinion and comment about the transformation of the food system. Based on all the initiative, the international initiative, I'd like to actually think about, okay, what kind of the approach you actually applied into the international initiative. Based on my mind, the actor-oriented one, because nowadays, before that, the policy-oriented approach is kind of sort of common. But every single of the international initiative you today actually present is the actor-oriented. You are very much focusing on the marginalized group, including women and indigenous people, etc. So that is going to be one of the very important issues. But at the same time, even though you do not openly mention about this integrated approach part, but I'm thinking your international initiative definitely included the integrated approach. Nowadays, the South Korean government very much focusing about to establish what kind of the real meaning of the integrated approach. So that is going to be my first thought. The second one is, okay, so conceptualization of the transformation of the food system. Okay, based on my scholarly expert, I think that the conceptualization of the transformation of the food system definitely is needed to be considered. Everybody talk about this, the transformation of the food system. Yes, that is very important. Everybody agree on that concept. However, which area we are going to talk about the transformation, that is going to be another part. Definitely we need to think about this part as well. So that's why if we consider the food system, I'd like to actually divide it into the three different parts. One is consumption, second is production, and third is the distribution, right? So if you think about the consumption issue, obviously you just think about, okay, consumers' awareness is the key point. Even though you provide this is a decent work is important, this is a fair trade is important, but if your food prices goes up because of the fair trade, regular consumer usually do not actually buy those types of fair trade one. So public awareness is an essential part. So that's why not only just providing some sort of international initiative, but also international organization definitely had a very active role to promote its public awareness in so many different ways. Second one is the production case. I cannot actually mention without the importance of the decent work, particularly agricultural sector. Every single country has exactly same problem. In case of the agricultural worker, their work condition is so much unbearable. In many cases, yes, that is quite true. But at the same time, in case of the production of the agriculture sector, it's not only decent work, but also labor issue as well as the innovative infrastructure is definitely needed to address. Because even though how much you actually produce is much better final product from the agricultural industry, if you do not deliver properly and on time, that is not going to actually give much, appropriated result from that, the agricultural production improvement. That's why the infrastructure, particularly innovative infrastructure, is definitely needed. The third one is distribution. Even though how much you actually produce, the better quality of the agricultural final product, if you do not distribute properly, that is going to be a very serious waste. So food waste is also a very important issue in here, in my personal opinion. So that's why if you consider the food system with the distribution part, is food deliver. Obviously, they created another big industry, but at the same time, logistics to reduce carbon footprint is very essential. Because if you just think about it, the food system in local area, regional area, and global area, the reason why we actually distributed the food system case in case of the local, the regional, and global is how to reduce carbon footprint by distributing this proper agricultural product into the world. Not only the regional, but also in the world. That's why if we think about it, this food system, the transformation food system as the game changers, the transformation of the food system is not just the whole issue, but also much more divided, much detailed, and very, the sophisticated strategy to approach the better result. So in order to do this, I'd like to actually suggest, everybody knows about the South-South cooperation and the triangular cooperation strategy is very, very much of the work, in this case, the agricultural sector. So I really want to actually ask you about your opinion regarding the South-South cooperation and the triangular cooperation in case of your international initiative. Maybe that could be the one tangible way to approach it, the real version of the international initiative from each of your, each of your organization. The reason why I actually ask these particular types of the South-South and the triangular cooperation, because not only multilateral organization play a key role to actually transform the food system, yes, quite sure, but at the same time, bilateral cooperation definitely has an equally impact on much more effective way in some sense. I'm not going to say this bilateral is much more or better solution for that. I'm not going to say it like that. However, not only multilateral cooperation, but as well as the bilateral cooperation is the key player into the realize your international initiative. So in that case, in case of the South Korea, some people may say South Korea is an emerging donor country. But at the same time, other people might say, okay, even though we actually have a more than 10 years experience of the donor country, so that's why you are going into the much more middle power or the middle area, middle range is a donor country. So definitely, you are going to actually have a very informative comment and a very informative opinion about this positioning the South Korea as a donor country. So in my mind, the South-South cooperation as well as the triangular cooperation could be the one way for the South Korean government as well as the Ministry of the Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs. That's quite a long name, so I really hard time to explain the memorize this whole the administrative one. So that is going to be my second one, and the last one. And I totally agree on Mr. Yoon's opinion about the policy cohesion. The policy coherence is another important factor. Not only within this domestic department, among the domestic department, but also between the international organizations like the WU and the national government, like the Korean government. So what kind of the policy coherence between the international organization and the national government like this South Korea? Maybe if you provide some wonderful comment or the wonderful opinion regarding the new types of the policy coherence or any particular types of the successful story to creating much elaborate and the collaboration between the international organization as well as with individual donor country. That would be great help. Okay. Thank you very much for listening my unexpected comment on the observation regarding this wonderful presentation. So let's just move on to your final comment from, I believe I did that is the order from, sorry about if I actually made the mistake to pronounce your name properly, sorry about it in advance. Okay, so the Mr. Beytularev from, yes, ILO. Could you please just make some comment about this one?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. It was a pleasure participating in this important event. I could not agree more with many of the points raised by you and other panel discussants. The importance of policy coherence. We work very hard, to ensure this coherence and these multilateral initiatives of the UN system, which bring together also civil society and other key actors in food systems, as well as, of course, member states, is a good reflection of the fact that, we have made significant progress in policy coherence. On integrated approach, again, couldn't agree more. The issues that we face are complex and multifaceted. The challenges are huge before us. And of course, successfully addressing those requires integrated approach. We could not, or each of us, as organizations could not, of course, solve all the issues. As ILO, for example, we look at the issues of employment and labor issues, already quite complex in themselves. And of course, that's why we work with partners, with other organizations, with member states to, ensure that we all contribute in line with our comparative advantage and our technical expertise, of course. The importance of South-South and triangular cooperation. Absolutely. Again, I think in each of our organizations, we have respective units responsible for this that facilitate South-South cooperation and support triangular cooperation. So couldn't agree more with many of these issues highlighted. Again, thank you very much and look forward to future cooperation and collaboration within, the scope of these coalitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's just move on to the Dr. Unjuki about your comment.
Thank you so much, and for inviting me to be part of this conversation, because it's such a critical conversation, and some of the issues that have been raised by the discussants really central to making some of the things that we are talking about work. both in terms of the partnership building that is required between countries, but also within country, because even within country, it's going to take multiple organizations, government, civil society, universities, all coming together to make sure that the knowledge is there, and but that knowledge actually leads to transformation of the lives of people. That our smallholder farmers who are really core to the food system, that they actually live dignified lives, that they can actually make money out of agriculture and out of food systems. I was very touched with that personal reflection by the previous speaker of his parents being farmers. My parents were also smallholder farmers, but the young people of today are not going to get into agriculture if it continues being the way it is. So we need to break that cycle of struggle for the people who make our food systems move, whether they are workers, as the previous speaker from ILO has mentioned, whether they are the processors who are transforming our food into food that move across, products that can move across countries, etc. I also do really appreciate the last comments you made as the moderator about the role of South-South cooperation. And I think in Africa, we are seeing a lot of that work, both not just in terms of financial flows, but also in terms of technology exchange of expertise and lessons. So such an important conversation to have. I do want to mention that we are very closely linked to the Generation Equality Forum and the coalitions that formed out of that, because we want to be complementary to that. So for example, when we talk about access to productive resources, what we are focusing on is the resources that actually are important for food systems. So that we do not duplicate efforts, but that we actually connect the things, because all these are connected. So you will realize, for example, in the Food Systems Coalition, we don't talk very much about unpaid care work or gender-based violence, because those are issues that we're connecting on with the Generation Equality Forum and the coalitions that came out of the Generation Equality Forum. So from a global level, from a national level, from a local level, it is actually really important that we make connections between the issues and the processes that are ongoing. A lot of this is going to land at country level. Action happens in country. It doesn't always happen at the global level. And so supporting countries to actually bring all this together on the ground as part of the national food systems transformation pathways and the resources, and putting together the resources, the human capacity that's needed to drive that is going to be critical. Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. I've really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njuki. And the next, Mr. Hartman, could you please actually share your opinion?
Very good. Thank you, moderator. I'll make, and firstly, just to say that I agree with the previous speakers' reflections. Four quick points from my side. Firstly, just to acknowledge what the panelists have said about the important contribution that women make to agriculture and rural economies, and recognition from a number of the panelists around the various challenges that women face that men do not, and these challenges also being accentuated by issues such as COVID and climate change. So really, for us, the challenge is, as you said, moderator, finding ways to mainstream gender issues, and particularly to support women's development in rural areas is critical for any country's development pathway. A quick comment on policy coherence. One of the key elements from the Food System Summit, from my perspective, was highlighting the necessity of undertaking a less siloed approach towards policy going forward. In the past, we've tended to have agricultural policies, energy policies, environment policies, etc. And what the Food Systems Summit highlighted is taking a food systems approach is going to mean a multi-sectoral approach. It's going to mean getting out of these silos and having a cross-government policy coherence. So if Korea is looking at redeveloping its ODA strategy, particularly with respect to agriculture, it'll be important for Korea to draw in other sectors that contribute so critically to sustainable food systems transformation. A quick comment on ODA and particularly from Korea. As we all know, donor-recipient relationships have evolved greatly over recent decades. What is a focus now between those countries that provide development assistance and those countries that receive development assistance is an approach of development cooperation. As I highlighted in my presentation, there's an enormous need to both mobilize additional resources for food systems transformation, but also making sure that the investments that we make support and incentivize sustainable food systems transformation. So there's a need to work as an international community to make sure that we're investing in the right things at the right time. Importantly also is the role of partnerships. We realize that no one donor, no one country, no one institution has the resources, the knowledge, the know-how to transform global food systems in the way that they need to. So this is going to necessitate much deeper partnerships, different types of partnerships going forward. And hopefully the Food Systems Summit gives some impetus to making sure that public, private, and non-government come together in new ways. In terms of Korea itself, obviously, as we heard from the colleague from Keksum, Korea has a very unique development experience. And having the fortune to have some involvement with Saimo Undong, it's very apparent to me that Korea has enormous amounts to offer, both in terms of finance, but particularly in terms of knowledge, innovation, and sustainable technology. And this is really what agriculture going forward is going to be. It's going to be based on culture, it'll be based on innovation, and it'll be based around sustainable technology. My final comment, moderator, is to reinforce the colleague from Keksum's overview of the very large and important investment that a public development bank such as Keksum makes. And here we see the development opportunity with 2/3 of investment coming from public development banks such as Keksum. If we are able to get momentum behind a global movement to ensure that public development banks are able to increase the resources that they make available to invest in sustaining food systems, real innovation and change can come about. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more on your comment. Thank you very much. And then, okay, thank you very much for your waiting. Okay, so Mr. Benamor, sorry about my misspelling. Benamor, please.
It's exactly this. No, right. No, I mean, it's difficult to talk after all those great speakers. I think you covered it all, but I just wanted to highlight maybe a few points, like something around the conceptual framework. What are the connection? And on my side, I will focus on the connection between social protection and food system. I think there's a lot here that needs to gather in terms of evidence. We know, let's say, what are the main pillars of linkages between social protection and food system when we talk about food security and nutrition, when we talk about economic inclusion, decent work. But also we know that also social protection has an impact on natural resource management. So the challenge here is, or the opportunity is to take the food system approach as a way to see how we can reach multiple outcomes at the same time and reduce the trade-off of focusing on specific intervention rather than others. So looking at as social protection as a facilitator to transform food system and making sure that we can, let's say, reach multiple outcomes at the same time. And that's why we we started working on this conceptual framework more specifically. And one thing that I can say is we are going to organize an event in February, a workshop to finalize this conceptual framework, and I would be happy to have actually South Korea, if you're interested to join, we'd be happy to have you on board and to work with you jointly on that. So this is the first point that I can highlight. The second one is regarding some of the South-South cooperation, and I agree that it's important to promote exchange of good best practices between countries. And this is something that we started already doing with the Partnership for Economic Inclusion of the World Bank, where we organized recently, was last month, a webinar around the role of role of economic inclusion program for transforming food system. And we had some very good examples from different countries around the world, especially Egypt, that is actually reforming their economic inclusion, their national economic inclusion programs to transform their food system, taking into account the nutrition outcomes, the decent work aspects, but also the importance of preserving environmental sustainability and giving jobs to everyone at the same time, of course. And then the last point that I wanted to highlight is around the importance of considering a bit more communities in the development of those policies and those strategies that we're talking about. And I think that this is maybe our weakest point as a multilateral organization, maybe not ILO, because it's part of their work, everyday work. I would say on our side, I think that it's important to have more and more territorial approaches. We're working on this more specifically with our colleagues within FAO to see how social protection can be embedded into the territorial approach to transform food system. And there's another dimension that I wanted to highlight is around the importance of considering fragility. So most of the poor are in fragile contexts, and I think it is important that we adjust our approaches to those contexts and consider the importance on our side. We're looking at this, the importance of establishing social protection system as a way to preserve peace and also renew the social contract that exists between citizens and the state. So this is my final point for this session, but thank you very much for organizing this important session. I will be happy to continue discussing with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the wonderful comment and the wonderful opinion. Oh, wow. We already actually exceeded more than 9 minutes on our designated time, which is really, really sorry for the moderator. I kind of sort of very poor job to actually have this moderating thing. Also, I really, really thank you for all the participation in today, and I actually learned a lot about it. Also, thank you very much for the wonderful discussion from the Dr. Jang Eun-ha and the director, the Seo Jung-hwa, and then as well as the Mr. Yoon Dong-jin from the Rome, right? Okay, thank you very much for today. Then probably I'm gonna send you the mic to you.
Yes, I was about to say thank you to everyone for taking part, but I thought since we are not here together physically, it would be meaningful, very nice for us to take a group photo. So can we take a moment for a group photo session? If everyone could perhaps smile for those that don't have your masks on. So put on that big smile. So on the count of 3, we'll take one photo. Are you all ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. And if we could, maybe we could wave for the next photo before we close the session. So on the count of 3, let's all wave. 1, 2, 3. There we go. A big wave, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 감사합니다. Now, we will resume with the 2021 Global ODA Forum. Since we are running a bit short on time, I would like to quickly run you through the subjects that we'll be covering. In session 4, Build Resilience to Vulnerabilities, Shock and Stresses, we will cover subjects on resilient local food supply chains, WFP's contributions to the transformation of food systems, climate-resilient food systems for all beyond 2030, fighting food crises along the HDP nexus, and mountains and the land freshwater nexus. For the first presentation, we are delighted to have two speakers. We will first begin with Mr. Voli Carucci, Director of Resilience and Food Systems Service at UNWFP.
Good morning. My name is Voli Carucci, and I'm the Director of the Resilience and Food Systems Service of the World Food Programme in Rome. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present WFP's contribution to strengthening food systems and provide a few thoughts on a few pathways for ODA support. Next, please. World Food Programme's contribution to food system strengthening rests principally on 5 pillars or core businesses. The first, procurement, ensures that beneficiaries receive the right food both at the right place and at the right time. Logistics is the second one. Enables delivery of food assistance in the field, wherever, whenever, and whatever the challenges are. Cash-based transfers, using increasingly large volumes of cash in the provision of cash transfers and supply chain expertise to strengthen local markets. But also food safety and quality assurance, ensuring that beneficiaries have access to safe, high quality and nutritious foods, a key element, for example, of our nutrition and school meals program. We have also the suite of programmatic interventions, tools that WFP uses to deliver food assistance through its programs and that can leverage on aspects of food systems, from analytical tools for vulnerability assessments to value chain analysis, emergency response and preparedness, the restoration of access routes and supply chain corridors, but also to rehabilitate access to markets and community infrastructure, including also the programs that leverage on linkages between programs like the homegrown school meals, but also linking smallholders to other programs such as national safety nets and the climate proofing response mechanism. Today I will focus on 3 main components. Next, please. The first one is a provision of cash in the form of transfers that people spend at local markets and procuring food locally, both of which helps boost economies. In 2020, for example, over $2 billion worth of cash transfers have been injected into the local economies. The second is the WFP's resilience building program that is increasingly a set of integrated efforts applied in different contexts that help restore, rebuild, and replenish broken or fragile and risk-prone systems. The third is WFP's work in connecting smallholder farmers with local markets through local and regional procurement, as well as the work in reducing post-harvest losses and supporting initiatives such as the Farm to Market Alliance, the Homegrown School Meals Program, and nutrition programs, among others. Next, please. I would like to reiterate one important thing here, that at the center of all of these interventions, we have people. The binding element for all of these efforts is people. And our focus is to enable vulnerable households and smallholders, in particular women and youth and indigenous people, to rehabilitate their asset base and improve their access to markets. Next, please. For example, if we take procurement alone, in 2020, WFP procured some 3.3 million tons of commodities, worth of $1.7 billion, of which some 950 million have been to purchase locally and regionally, injecting considerable cash into local economies. Next, please. Finally, we need to contribute, build or rebuild resilient food systems, moving away from scattered, short-term, small-scale, and often siloed activities. We need to forge a new partnership able to reverse negative trends. A different footprint is needed. Convergence, concentration or integration of efforts, coverage or large-scale interventions, and capacity strengthening is required as a paradigm shift. Next, please. We have examples such as in the Sahel, in the G5 Sahel countries, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, and Mauritania, where in the last 3 years, WFP, with the support of generous donors, has launched a major integrated effort that illustrates this need for convergence, reaching over 2.1 million people in 1,900 communities, with over 1 million youth and women that have helped restoring and greening over 109,000 hectares of degraded lands. But we also had 380,000 children brought back to school, and 555,000 women, small children, babies, and pregnant and lactating women access nutritious foods. We also have trained thousands of smallholders, have improved their organizations, their farm organizations, their peasant associations, their cooperatives, but also provision of equipment to better preserve their crops. Overall, and in conclusion, strengthening food systems provide jobs. It is a mechanism to improve food security, to empower people, and ultimately strengthen social cohesion. It is done in partnership with governments and other actors, such as UNICEF, FAO, IFAD, GIZ, and several hundreds of NGOs. The focus on food systems is an invitation to scale up these efforts, particularly through the alliances and coalitions. WFP is strongly committed to support countries and member states to achieve food systems transformation. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Mr. Carucci. Next, we will hear from Ms. Samira Hotoba-During, Program Officer of Food Systems Partnership and Support at UNWFP. Hello, and thank you for being with us. I'm afraid we're not getting any sound at the moment.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samira Hotoba-During of the World Food Programme. It's a pleasure to be here at this 2020 Global ODA Forum to present the Alliance. I'm speaking on behalf of the Alliance and the co-lead champions who are the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. This alliance is based on the relevance of strengthening and transforming local food systems. Studies show that only about 25% of food in the international markets. However, the local fresh food often does not reach some communities, especially poor and marginalized communities at the local, community, urban, peri-urban, and rural levels. At the same time, a large volume of locally produced food is lost due to lack of processing, storage facilities, and poor infrastructure. A number of solutions were sent to our Action Track 5 during the Food Systems Summit process, and they focused on problems of broken, fragile food systems and the challenges and constraints faced by actors within these systems. Solutions highlighted what could and should be done, such as addressing market inefficiencies to expand opportunities for income generation, employment and trade at the local level, and using e-commerce to support farmers. They also highlighted the marginalization of key players, women and youth, smallholder farmers, micro, small, and medium enterprises. They highlighted the importance of locally produced food for diversity and safety, reappreciation of local and often neglected and underutilized species that hold the potential to respond to threats from climate change, address seasonal gaps in food security, and improve diet quality. They highlighted the need to support local public procurement by governments and humanitarian agencies.
Ms. Deering?
They highlighted the fact that a lot of food is lost due to lack of processing and storage facilities, inefficient, ineffective transport and market infrastructure.
Ms. Deering, excuse me for interrupting, but we're not getting we're not able to see any presentation materials. If you have prepared some for this presentation?
No, I'm going to get to my presentation in a moment.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. And they highlighted that food is lost due to lack of processing and storage facilities, inefficient and effective transport and market infrastructure. Solutions also highlighted the need for improved local governance to ensure universal access to food, greater access to local finance, and access to land and its optimal utilization. The importance also of making linkages to address the impacts of climate change and the humanitarian and peace dimensions were also highlighted. So the member states actually designed this alliance, that there should be a focus on strengthening local food systems through an integrated catalyst for increased resilience and inclusive development to meet the SDGs by 2030. So I start my presentation now, and I shall, sorry, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can very clearly. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that I have a problem with the keys. I'm sorry, my computer is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's not going to the next slide. This is what happens with
This is what happens always with, yes, virtual
Yes.
conferences and meetings. Yeah. Is there something that perhaps we could do on our side? 이쪽에서
I don't
슬라이드를
know because I'm pressing next and it's not going down. Let me just do escape.
Maybe you could try opening it again.
Yeah, I'll do stop share and then go back. Share screen. Can you see the presentation now?
Not the presentation. Something's coming up. Yes, we can now. Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yes. And there was a
Okay.
change from one slide to another just a moment ago.
Yes, but I can't see you. I can't see myself. Okay. Well, the goal of the alliance is to contribute to transforming local food systems to withstand disruption and shocks in the short term, support resilience and inclusive economies and societies in the long term. The opportunity for member states and all stakeholders who want to join this alliance is to seek to address a combination of priority areas that I've mentioned that emerge.
We are.
Hello, it says my internet connection is unstable. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you right now, but yes, the screen did freeze for a second just a moment ago. So I think yes, we do. Yeah, we do have some, I guess, technical issues at the moment. Should we try connecting again? 다시 한번 연결을 해볼까요? 아니면 어떻게 하는 게 좋을까요? Okay, Mr. Ng, could we try maybe flipping the slides for you? But I'm not sure if it's that issue or if it's the connection that may be the issue.
It's the connection probably. It says my connection is unstable. That came up on my screen.
Well, now everything
So
seems to be okay though. Should we just
Sorry,
resume?
Okay, I don't know what we are doing. Okay, all right, I think I'm much better now, but I don't know whether I will be able to.
Yes, I think you could continue on because we are able to see the slide that you have prepared, and we see you very clearly as well.
Yes, but I'm not able to change the slides.
I see.
That's the problem.
이쪽에서 넘길 수
I'm
있나요?
having a little bit of a problem here.
Could we perhaps work on the slide? If you could tell us which slide it is, the number of the slide, and then we could try doing that from our end.
Well, we're on the first slide, which is the goal, to contribute to transforming local food systems. And then we go to the next slide, if that's okay.
다음 슬라이드 2페이지요. This is slide 1, 이게 1페이지고 다음 슬라이드로 넘겨주시면 돼요.
Okay.
Yes.
So the opportunity for the Alliance is to seek for member states and other stakeholders who would wish to join the Alliance is to seek to address a combination of priority areas that have emerged from the solutions that have been sent in, but also from the national dialogue process that has been going on throughout the Food System Summit process. It also provides an opportunity to support the achievement of universal food access, nutritious food availability that will contribute to human capital development, and this is to be within all countries. It also provides an opportunity to foster enhanced implementation capacities in national and subnational systems. Public-private actions through access to peer knowledge, best practices, brokering collaborative engagements and partnerships, including mobilizing resources for countries' capacity gaps in country and also with local, regional and global partners. Next slide, please. So the Alliance focuses on the 3 A's of food security: food availability, food accessibility, and food affordability, especially looking at marginalized and fragile and marginalized communities in fragile context. Next slide, please. The objectives of the Alliance include promoting inclusive economies and societies, for countries to strengthen their socioeconomic resilience and resilience of vulnerable communities, minimizing vulnerability and fragility, facilitate peer knowledge sharing, expertise and experiences across systems and countries, and to facilitate building alliances that could leverage capacities and resources. It also includes to facilitate technical support to national and regional systems, including non-traditional partners, in identifying and developing actionable interventions and programs that address these country priorities. It provides the opportunity in its objective to have peer support to its countries to develop these actionable programs that will target market inefficiencies and inequalities along the value chain, as well as marginalized communities. It will also look at proposing financing mechanisms to enhance domestic financing and close funding gaps for financing national investment plans. Next slide, please. So the priority areas of the Alliance, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, would be to strengthen local and regional food supply chains, to look at local production for local consumption, to also look at the effectiveness of public procurement to stimulate the markets, to increase women's agency for resilience through economic empowerment, to look at securing equitable access to land and resources, to support governments to look at investment in infrastructure, capital investment, but also looking at the post-harvest losses, infrastructure required for post-harvest losses, to look at food storage facilities, grain stores, and how we would look at public-private actions. To also look at policy and institutional innovations for rural areas, including digitalization and e-commerce solutions. And last but not least, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of our stakeholders would like the Alliance to look at pandemic resilient food systems. Next slide, please. During the national dialogues, we have seen that a number of countries, about 75 so far and counting because the national dialogues are not over yet, 75 countries have expressed priorities that speak to these priority areas of the Alliance. And these countries are scattered across the globe, not just in the developing countries, but also in the more affluent countries as well. So we know that there is a need for the Alliance throughout the, and for transformed food systems throughout the globe. Next slide, please. Going further than that, as countries begin to define their national pathways, we have started analysis to look at these countries as well. And so far, there are 22 member states that have identified the priority areas of the Alliance within their national pathways as areas of importance that they need to address. Next slide, please. So what is intended from this Alliance? Well, the Alliance looks at 8 SDGs, specifically SDGs 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and SDG 17 for partnership goals. But it is also related to SDGs 13 and 15, which looks at climate actions and life on land. Life on land, looking at biodiversity loss, making sure that there's terrestrial support for plants and livestock and so on. So we are focusing on these SDGs, and countries that support the Alliance would look at addressing those SDGs and the indicators within them. The Alliance will be a global representation of partners comprising member states, smallholders, women and youth, private sector, the NGOs, financing institutions, academia, and civil society. Next slide, please. Our strategic partners have come from all over the world. The African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, and the Democratic Republic of Congo as co-leadership to champion, advocate, and lobby governments for the Alliance. The World Food Programme and the UN Capital Development Fund have been co-leading this Alliance from the very beginning when we were in Action Track 5 and now where we are Action Area 4. We also have members from countries that sent in solutions that contributed to the initial thinking. And we have member states that have participated in our 5 Alliance member states meetings so far. Over about 35 member states have done that. We have UN organizations, IFAD committed to the Alliance, showing commitment to the Alliance, and the FAO supporting us, UNDP as well. And we have a list of about 30 to 40 NGOs, private sector, and organizations, research organizations and academia also supporting the Alliance. Next slide, please. Before I go on to this slide, I'd just like to say that the Alliance is at the stage now where we have mobilized a number of member states, and we are looking to the pathways for moving forward. And we will be doing that to ask member states and other stakeholders to join us by declaring a commitment to the Alliance and to join us in developing the structure that will take the Alliance forward. But as has been shown, the work of the Alliance will be done at the country level. It is the countries that are important to this Alliance, not just the UN agencies that support the Alliance or the other organizations, because implementation, investment will need to be at the country level for transformed food systems. So that is why we have this slide just highlighting Korea's national pathway, since we are in this ODA forum with Korea. And Korea's national pathway aligns with the priority areas of the Alliance, such as the development of stable food supply chains, better deal with food supply crisis, the establishment of eco-friendly and sustainable production and consumption systems, to ensure universal food access, boost food access for vulnerable communities, improve nutrition and health. An example of where a national pathway would be linked and aligned to the priorities of the Alliance. So we would hope that a number of countries will join us in building this global platform to address this very important objective of transforming local food systems. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Despite having had some slight difficulties due to bad connection, I would like to thank both our speakers for their very informative presentations. Now we will turn to climate resilient food systems, presented by Ms. Cristina Tirado, Senior Policy Lead Resilience of Partnerships at WFP.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to the ODA conference. This has been always an excellent venue, and I cannot agree more with other speakers that Korea has such a level of innovation. And I have the pleasure of being working and collaborating in issues long time ago. And you will think that this is new, but no, long time ago, Korea was already interested in issues related to climate change and food safety. And that brought me there. But yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. And I would like to share with you some slides, if my colleagues could share them.
Yes, we are ready when you are ready.
Very good, thank you so much. So sometimes I have been faced with this question, how we call our alliance. Our alliance has been in a transition of changing the name from climate resilient development pathways, which are in reality all these pathways that combine multi-sectoral climate adaptation and climate mitigation with an ultimate goal of sustainability. And they are pathways that are addressing urgent food security and nutrition needs, but at the same time are building individual, household, and ecosystems resilience. So this is a way of bringing together ambitious mitigation policies that minimize food systems impacts to climate change, and at the same time improving access to local, affordable, healthy diets, which are critical components to achieve resilience. And definitely the SDG 1, SDG 2, 3, and SDG 13 of climate change. And to ensure resilient food systems for all beyond 2030. So we have been combining these concepts, and the Alliance will keep having the concept of climate resilient pathways, which is critical, and bringing together the aspects of food system resilience, but the resilience of the food systems that not depend only from the food systems. It goes beyond that. So yeah, thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. Today, I would like to try to share with you a little bit the structure of the Alliance on climate resilient food systems, the thematic areas, the members, what are the opportunities for engagement, and how we want to learn from the interests of member states, and to give you a little bit of an idea of the next steps. Yeah, next slide, please. So to give you an overview of the structure of the Alliance, this Alliance is formed by three key thematic areas, which are focusing on different aspects that are either an implementation arm or a policy and political arm. The two columns that you see on the left, the climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, those are implementing aspects and initiatives that are already showing the changing aspects and scalability, and which have been brought by different partners from FAO, from the World Bank, that's a very strong one, going on the water, food, and energy nexus. Also by WFP, looking into the aspects that have been described before by our colleague Voli Carucci, working in the Sahel and with an excellent initiative on integrated resilience in arid and semi-arid lands, and with peace-building components included. We have a strong focus on the water and food and energy nexus, and there are, every time that we are addressing or discussing with bilaterals, we can see that this is probably the fastest growing sub-theme within the thematic areas. We have also an important component that goes with the energy, water, food, and energy nexus, looking into modern and clean cooking, and very interesting solutions and projects already ongoing with important gender component. And all this has been focusing us in addressing the needs of the most vulnerable. So one of the focus, as I was mentioning, is arid and semi-arid lands, deserts, and some of the most distinguished projects that we have received and solutions are focused on the Sahel. And the other area that is showing more vulnerability and at risk are all the small island developing states or the large ocean states that are having a priority for the lack of resources, limited resources that they have in these small islands, and the huge and super urgent needs. It's so urgent that probably this group and this thematic area will become a coalition by themselves. Otherwise, they don't have enough strength. So this is something that we are seeing to evolve. In relation to climate risk reduction and management, there is a focus on all the climate-informed and digital agriculture advisory services, and different aspects of risk reduction and risk management, looking into, for example, the Insur Resilience Global Partnership, or looking in the risk-informed early action partnership that has been put together in the COP25. It was launched in Madrid. Now going into the more the policy aspects of this alliance, there is an intention of integrating resilience in the international policies and plans. We have started to do some analysis about that I will share with you. But basically, yeah, the different aspects or how to integrate resilience in the national adaptation plans, in the SDGs national planning. This is one of the priorities of UNFCCC, which is another partner. And the Resilient Frontiers, that is a very interesting initiative that is not state-based, is one that is working with stakeholders that are not governmentally related. So next slide, please. I would like to share here the coverage that we have so far in relation to the countries that have expressed interest or are already participating in the initiatives that are part of the solutions that have been submitted. So far we have 51 member states that have expressed interest or are already participating and are interested in the alliance. You could see in red, Bangladesh has offered to co-lead the Climate Resilient Development Pathways Alliance. And we have other countries that they are already supporting initiatives, but they need more time after the summit to decide when and how they are going to engage in such a large alliance. So triangular cooperation is something that we are listening and hearing all the time. So next slide, please. In this slide, we would like to share with you and to give you an idea of the partners and platforms that are relevant to these climate resilient development pathways. In relation to the UN, we have many of the, all the Rome-based agencies, the UNFCCC, the World Bank, and also we have a strong support of UNDRR. We have many partnerships and intergovernmental organizations that have expressed interest, and like, for example, the CILAC in Latin America, or the Arab Water Council, or IUCN, IRENA, for the Renewable Energy Group. We are working with many of them. And you can see we also have, for example, it's a large list, but I could highlight, for example, the IFIs, the International Financial Institutions. We have the Green Climate Fund supporting these initiatives, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Global Commission on Adaptation, the African Development Bank, and they have been extremely active and have already some initiatives that are being funded within the framework of the Alliance. We have expression of interest of many research and think tanks. You can see them there, but you are invited to submit, to invite your research groups to express the interest in joining these forces, right? So there is also groups of civil society. We have the Club of Rome. We have the World Vision, IIDD, Systemic, WWF, WRI, Mercy Corps, the Environmental Defense Fund, that is focusing on all the green and regenerative initiatives, and others are expressing interest. We have an important group of indigenous peoples. This is the Association of Indigenous Women and Peoples in Chad, in the Sahel, and farmers organizations, fishermen, and young farmers associations. The private sector, of course, has been represented by AGRA, by REGEN, by the 230 Water Resources Group, and by the WVCDS that we were listening yesterday. So next slide, please. I would like just to mention or to show you some quickly some of the examples of the solutions that have been submitted to the Alliance. Let's go to the next slide, please. So focusing more in examples. The nexus, I was mentioning that the nexus water, food and energy is one of the thematic areas that are growing the fastest and the most, and they are getting financial support and grants from the World Bank. They have been focusing on entry points that are looking into energy security, and this is related to some governance and investments. The other entry has been the other entry point, food security, and the focus has been on policy and investment. And the third entry point has been focusing on water security, on the management and investment as well. So what we are trying to achieve with this kind of initiatives is to look into adaptive and human-centric approaches to resilient and sustainable water management. And another aspect that is critical is to facilitate universal access to clean cooking solutions. So how to use clean energy in food systems. This is the type of assistance, technical assistance that is being provided right now. This is ongoing. How farmers are adapting to climate change through the water, energy and food nexus and the approach. For example, in Belize, there is an important initiative, and in all the Caribbean. How we strengthen technical and entrepreneurship capacities in African countries and in universities, also to deploy these different ways of renewable energy, because everything has to be tailor-made, right? So one important focus is the circular and sustainable use of food system residues. The residues are being, there are technologies to transform the residues and food waste and agricultural waste into energy, and how to reduce wastewater as well. Circular economy of bamboo, for example, and production in Italy, or boosting sustainable food production through solar power irrigation and multi-stakeholder partnerships. Everything that is related to agricultural water, stewardships, and all the necessary regulations and policies and incentives that can promote low carbon and water pathways for agri-food systems. So this is probably one of the thematic areas that is running fastest. So if we can go to the next slide, please. As you can see, the partners for these the platforms that are relevant to the Nexus approaches are many, very relevant and not exhaustive. So all your groups working on these aspects are invited to join, and this is a very promising thematic area that is really flying. So another aspect, if you can go to the next slide, please, slide 9. Another aspect that is very relevant for small farmers and smallholders has been related to everything that is focusing on climate risk reduction and climate risk management. So reducing the impacts of climate shocks on sensitive sectors, communities, and geographical areas. So this is basically a way of reducing the impacts of climate shocks in these areas, and by using information and knowledge about climate-related events or trends or forecasting, and supporting more climate-resilient decisions-making. So there are many opportunities for collaboration and for engagement to develop national determined contributions that can address both climate change and the food challenge that we are facing in a mutual and reinforcing way. So if we go to next slide, please. Some of the examples of solutions for climate risk reduction I have mentioned before, but they have been, most of them, they are focusing on the on risk reduction, like for example, the risk-informed early action partnership, or the Insur Resilience Global Partnership, and the new one, the newest, has been the digital climate-informed advisory services that is has been represented within the blueprint for digital advisory. There is some work that has been promoted around using the index-based livestock insurance, and also they are winners in the agriculture supply chains and the risking program. We can we have shared the presentation with all the links to these programs, so you can follow them. If we go to next slide, please, slide 11. This is part of the initiatives that the UNFCCC have been promoting around Resilience Frontiers Initiative. This is an initiative that is not based on states. It's private industry or innovation, universities. Is really attracting the youth. It's super cool. So it's a place, an incubation hub for innovation and technology. It's really very, very interesting. They have been focusing in fostering nature first global culture to ensure environmental stewardship. So looking into nature first global cultures and building local and indigenous practices and inclusive public dialogues. That's one of my favorites, and we will invite you later to join the Talanoa dialogues that we want to organize one with the small island states or large ocean states led by Fiji. And there are other entries looking into lifelong learning environmental stewardship, which is engaging populations of all the ages. So there are also 7 and different climate risk and retooling global cooperation, and we will share with you as well all the links. So we are trying to showcase some examples. These are just few examples of all the initiatives that have been proposed to the Alliance, and I will not go through all of them. If we go to next slide, I would like to share with you some of the preliminary results that we have found when we have been looking into the resilience building actions or enablers that have been identified along all the Action Track 5, not only on this Alliance. All Action 5, Resilience Action Track, plus some key aspects that have been highlighted by other action tracks. So basically, what we want to do with this assessment is to identify gaps, where we have the main needs, right? Where we see that something is missing and could be there. We have been only focusing on adaptation and only on the new national determined contributions that have been submitted by September and more recently November, even in November, to the UNFCCC. So this, as you can see, we have included the percent of countries as a reference that have included agriculture as an adaptation and resilience opportunity. From all the interventions that were resilience building, you can see that water irrigation and water reuse has been the single resilience building action that has been more frequent in all the NDCs that have been analyzed so far, followed by technology and innovation, by disaster risk reduction, by the integration of resilience into adaptation national plans, and definitely the holistic concept that we were discussing of climate resilient development. Disaster risk management, early warning system and forecasting, food security has been identified as a goal only in 48 of the countries. This is worrisome. We recall that when we have been looking some time ago, we have been analyzing all the NAPAs and NAPs. This goal was included in the adaptation sections of at least 80% of the countries. We would like to finalize the analysis because many times countries that have more limitations and more food insecurity may send the their data later. So this could be something of, just waiting. But if you look at nutrition as a goal has been addressed only by 26% of the countries. And yet the adaptation solutions for malnutrition have been basically absent, both in the health and in the food security sections of adaptation within the NDCs. We have been doing a very fine-tuned analysis. It's not just searching words, but looking into the national policies, the proposals, the strategies. So we can see that despite many of the least developed countries that are affected by hunger and severe nutritional problems, which of course are aggravated by the impacts of climate change and variability, only 27% of the least developed countries that have submitted a national determined contribution have identified nutrition as a priority for adaptation. And only 26% of the least developed countries have identified a priority in their NDCs. Another aspect, and this is looking more in the global UN Food System Summit, you could see that, for example, aspects that are related to access to healthy diets, which is a huge coalition that has been formed by the merge of three of them. You were listening to the presenters yesterday. Access to healthy diets has been addressed only in 5% of the NDCs that have been submitted so far. This is extremely low. The proposals were very interesting. They were looking into going into protein from legumes, moving into pulses. It was very well done, but still there is a lot of room for work and opportunities for improvement and working with healthy diets. Similarly, everything we have just listened to the presentation of our colleague looking into how the importance of local food supply. Local food supply and food reserves have been very limited addressed in the adaptation sections of the national determined contributions, let alone the importance of...
Ms.
sorry,
Cristina,
yes.
yes, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but we are extremely short on time. So if you could conclude within a minute, would that be possible?
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we will share with you this. And just to wrap up, that we are very happy that Korea has a very interesting adaptation section in the national determined contributions with the 2020 climate change assessment report and the third national climate change adaptation plan. The key vulnerable issues and areas are in line with what the Alliance is providing, water management and agriculture resilience. And climate change planning can be made a legal obligation of municipal governments. This is amazing. It's one of the major opportunities.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We will keep in touch. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now we will move on with our third presentation for the session. Please welcome Mr. Habib Mayar, Deputy General Secretary of the G7 Plus Secretariat, to take us through his presentation on fighting food crises along the HDP nexus. Hello, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear and see my presentation clearly.
Yes, we can.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunities and greeting from the G7 Plus Secretariat. I would like to just quickly share with you our perspective on the nexus between war and hunger But before that, I would like to just quickly introduce the G7 Plus Secretariat, and then I would conclude with some recommendations on behalf of the coalition on HDP Nexus that is co-led by the G7 Plus Secretariat, the WFP, the CIPRI, and also the FAO. So first of all, the G7 Plus is an intergovernmental organization of 20 conflict-affected countries, and our vision to achieve lasting peace and stability through national means of dialogue, reconciliation, and leadership. Therefore, our outlook to the development is grounded on the premise that without peace and stability, there can be no development, that peace cannot be sustained without development, and that development cooperation should be consistent with the domestic context based on the national development needs of our countries. These are not only a sort of wish list, but they are tested experiences most of our member countries have lived so far. And hence, based on those experiences, we developed and agreed on the New Deal for Engagement in Fragile States that was launched in 2011 in your beautiful country, Korea, in Busan. Predicted on the notion of nothing about us without us, the New Deal was the first international framework that recognized the nexus between peace and development and also peace building and state building. In addition, the success stories of some of our member countries have been the source of inspiration that we promote through what we call fragile to fragile cooperation, a form of South-South engagement and peer learning. Now, in this slide, I would like to present a case that represents the perspective from the G7 Plus and also from the coalition on the nexus between war and hunger. Extreme poverty and widespread hunger have been an enduring problem for conflict-affected countries for decades. The main drivers to hunger are economic fallout, climate change, and conflict. These factors are mutually reinforcing. However, according to the 2021 Global Report on Food Crisis, protracted conflict stood out to be continuously the major driver of acute food crisis in at least 23 countries. I'm sure that the lack of timely data has made it an understatement of a problem. 8 of the 10 highest food crises are in countries that are in conflict, and this includes, of course, G7 Plus member countries such as Afghanistan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Haiti, and etc. In addition, protracted conflicts and wars result in lasting fragility of institutions. This further drains their energy to cope with crises such as famine or economic fallout. Immediate reactions to food crisis in conflict-affected countries has only helped in short terms, and prevailing conflicts have reversed even those gains that could be made with humanitarian and development intervention. Now, as you can see from the slide, the conflict-driven food crisis received the largest humanitarian and development assistance. As highlighted in this slide, before in 2020, conflict and insecurity represented the major drivers of acute food insecurity. This was reflected also in the allocation of humanitarian assistance to conflict-affected countries, which absorbed almost 73% of all humanitarian assistance to food sector in food crisis countries and territories during 2020. And the same applies, as you can see from the slide, to the development assistance, that out of the 3 major drivers of extreme hunger, the conflict-driven hunger crisis received the largest portion of development assistance. Now, how effective has this aid been in achieving food self-sufficiency? The answer lies in the continuous reliance of these countries on external aid, including my own country, Afghanistan. This also indicates the heavy reliance of food sector on external aid, where need continues to rise. Let's see some of these challenges that hinder the effectiveness of the international engagement in these countries. So the biggest challenge and obstacle to food self-sufficiency in conflict-affected countries is the conflict in forms of insurgency, insecurity, in wars that continue to erode the painstaking gain made over decades. Managing humanitarian and development assistance in these cases become extremely expensive. This further contributes to destroying the infrastructure built with back-breaking efforts. One of the legacies of protracted crisis and conflict has been the fragmentation at all levels. The ad hoc, uncoordinated, non-aligned, and non-harmonized, however well-intentioned, international intervention further creates a fragmentation. Such time-bounded, projectized intervention in these countries focus only on quick fixes rather than focusing on lasting stability. And as I mentioned, however well-intentioned they are, they tend to perpetuate dependency and reliance on external assistance rather than achieving self-reliance. Now, I would like to conclude with this final slide that presents the summary of the recommendations that we, the coalition, as I mentioned before, have put forward based on our own experience that we have been living through. So first of all, we cannot end hunger unless we end war. We need to end wars, and then we can end hunger. And yes, without peace, the dream of a world without hunger will prove elusive. Therefore, all actors, the governments, the humanitarian, the development actors, partners, need to take bold steps to achieve or help in achieving peace. Peace and lasting stability should be a pillar to guide these interventions. Promoting and helping to pursue reconciliation should become the core of our engagement in conflict-affected countries. In addition, we need to address the root causes of conflict and fragility. Second, however fragile or poor our countries are, our countries have an inherited potential for stability and self-reliance. The humanitarian development actors need to unleash that potential. This can be done through investment in infrastructure and also in institutions with a very far-sighted aim of achieving self-reliance rather than perpetuating the dependency on external aid. And finally, and very importantly, we need to incentivize food production in countries where humanitarian development actors engage. In line with the international principles of aid effectiveness, we need to encourage local procurement that can boost the economic sector or that can boost the economy of those countries, where the effect can be trickled down to the local level. This helps in achieving peace and stability. It helps in providing means of livelihood, like employment and other engagement to the people. And ultimately, it can help in ending hunger from the root. Now, I would like to conclude by reiterating that we know that we are soon running out of resources. When I say we, I mean the world. We are running out of resources to react to these crises. We need to find a solution that can address the root causes of hunger, of poverty, and also of conflict. And only then we can end the human suffering from the globe. I thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayar. For our final presentation for the forum, let us welcome Ms. Rosa Laura Romeo, Program Officer, Mountain Partnership Secretariat, UNFAO. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're not getting any sound at the moment. Is your mute button on?
Better now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and thank you so much for this invitation. I think it's also a very nice transition be speaking after Mr. Abid Mayar, because I will be mainly speaking about mountains. And mountains are the areas in the world in which we have the very high food insecurity, and this is very much due to the fact that most of the wars and conflicts of the world are green, I hope. Can I?
Connection seems to be slightly unstable, but for now, I think we're back to normal. We're okay. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me start talking about mountains. Why mountains matter? Of course, in Korea, this is very well known because Korea, I think, has more than 70% of its land covered by mountains. But when we look at the world, mountains are about 1/4 of the earned land surface, and they host 1,100,000 people. And those people are mainly living in developing countries. Mountains are providing to us very important goods and services. And the most important good that mountains provide to us is water, because they provide up to 80% of the global fresh water that the world, humanity use every day. Mountains are also covered by forests, about 40%. And as you know, Korea will be hosting and organizing the next World Forestry Congress in May this year, next year, in fact. Mountains are also very important for tourism and for spirituality and for recreation. And we are conducting studies with the World Tourism Organization to understand how tourism in mountain areas can promote development. But let me go to the sad part of the story. As I was saying before, most mountain people are facing daily hunger, malnutrition, poverty, social exclusion, etc. We have been conducting studies about this since the year 2000, and we have seen that this trend is on the rise. So food insecurity is currently involving 50% of the rural mountain population in developing countries. Almost 350 million people are food insecure. And as I was saying before, this number is on the rise. So the number of people that are food insecure in mountain areas keep increasing. And this is due to a number of facts. First of all, the marginalization, because there is a very limited access to infrastructure, markets, education, services, etc. So mountain people have less resources, less services than people living in the lowland or in other areas. The natural hazards are also on the rise because of climate change, because of desertification, because of land abandonment. Almost 300 million people are also affected by natural hazards. And then we have a very important trend in land degradation that expose people to increased food insecurity and problems. And as I was saying before, I didn't put it here because it would have been too much, but war and conflict are also paying a big token out of mountain people in many parts of the world.
Ms. Romeo?
Yes?
I'm sorry for interrupting, but it seems as though we are in control of the slides. So as long as you tell us when to move to the next slide, we will be moving on to the next slide.
I was told I had to control myself.
But there was nothing being presented, so we have put the slides up right now. And when you want the next slide to come up, just let us know and we'll flip to the next page. For now, we have mountains and sustainable food systems.
Okay, that's correct. So I'm not sharing my screen?
No, I don't think it's being shared at the moment, but we have put the slides up from our end. So as long as you tell us to move on to the next slide, we'll do that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yes, we're on the page, on the mountains and sustainable food systems page.
That's correct. So let's talk about the mountain and sustainable food systems, because as you know, this is organized in the context of the Food System Summit. So mountains have developed throughout the centuries very interesting and very specific techniques for promoting sustainable agriculture. So they have found ways that are very specific to produce while preserving the natural resources and respecting the carrying capacity of every environment. And enhancing the agrobiodiversity, which is an important asset for mountain agriculture. So this diversity of agricultural varieties that includes also forestry, wood and non-wood products, wild crop animals, they all contribute to promote a healthy diet. And also they are a very important element to increase the resilience to climate change. At the same time, we know that these ecosystems have a very important function to protect the slopes. And they contribute to provide fresh water to the downstream population that, as I was saying before, the world depends on the water that's coming from the mountains. So mountains have this very key function. Next slide, please. Next.
Yes.
Okay, so we know that the food production accounts for about 70% of the water abstraction. And we know that agriculture is also very seriously impacting the water sources because it diminishes the availability of water, it can pollute the water sources, and can degrade them. So the link between food production and water is indeed very, very strong. So this is why this land and freshwater nexus was promoted within the Food System Summit. The food production is, as we know, responsible for a high rate of deforestation, up to 80%. It's also, unfortunately, promotes the loss of biodiversity because we know that most of the food we use is now linked to 12 products only. So there is this concentration that is reducing the agrobiodiversity. And there are also this green gas emission, etc. But let's move to the next slide, please. This land and freshwater nexus coalition was developed in collaboration with Conservation International and IWMI, and proposed development of incentive and initiatives to better integrate the land and water resource management to protect at the same time the watershed, so the water sources, and conserving the water, both surface and groundwater services. So the solution, of course, have to be very specific, taking into account the characteristics, the geographies of the different environments, different ecosystems, and also the social and economic consideration about the communities living in this area. Allow me to highlight here that it's so important to include the local communities and in particular indigenous communities and women in this discussion. It's key that they are in the driver's seat and they're fully engaged in this process. Next slide, please. Can you, okay. So this coalition will function based and fully into this United Nations food system process. And we are building on a number of very forward-thinking and progressive organizations. And we are trying to identify solutions that are very, very based in nature and can provide national or even very specific local pathways. But the integration with the private sector is also extremely important. And we hope to be able to come up with a set of very concrete proposal. Next, please. So these are our strategic partners at the moment that I was mentioning before. As I would say, we have also the regional convention for mountains, such as the Alpine, the Carpathian Convention, and the Andean Initiative. We have a number of research and development organizations around the world, and of course, FAO, IUCN, and WWF, the World Bank, etc. Next. Allow me to say why we are part of this partnership, because I work for the Mountain Partnership. And we were invited at the very beginning to join this cluster, this initiative, to ensure that the mountain perspective was included in the process. Very often when there are discussions or meetings or considerations about water availability, etc., water quality, mountains are not part of the discussion. And this is a big issue because it has impact on the results of this discussion. Mountains are the sources of the water and they are seriously affected by climate change. In the Alps, for instance, the temperature has already increased by 2 degrees since 100 years. So it's really, and many glaciers have disappeared already. So the water sources are very seriously at risk. So what I'm saying is that the Mountain Partnership was founded back in 2002 and is the only United Nations alliance to promote mountain development. It's a big alliance, includes more than 400 members. And we hope that Korea, that has so many important mountains, will join this partnership as well. The Mountain Partnership has a secretariat, which is hosted by FAO and is supported by Italy, Switzerland, and Andorra. Next slide, please. The Mountain Partnership has 4 main pillars of work. In particular, it works on advocacy to ensure that mountains are included in the main international processes. For instance, we did organize 3 events at the COP in Glasgow. We always organize events at the high-level political forum. So we do our best to ensure that mountains are included in the process. We work on capacity development and we organize training program on mountains. And we promote information sharing to ensure that our members stay connected and the results of their research or the activities is shared at large. Next slide, please. I would like now to mention quickly one activity that is really producing very beneficial results for local communities in the mountains, that is the certification and labeling of high quality mountain products. Most of mountain products are organically produced and they have a very high quality, they have a very intrinsic, they have an intrinsic value and they can really boost the livelihood of mountain communities. So it's really a very rewarding activities to work on value chains for mountain products with specific high quality products that can really be very beneficial for mountain communities. And we have seen that, can you go to the next slide, please? We have seen that this work has, we have been working with more than 10,000 farmers already around the world, and all have reported that since we start this work, their livelihood has increased by at least 50%. So that was my last slide, and thank you so much. I would like to say that it would be great if we could join forces with Korea and work more on mountain development and better define this land and freshwater nexus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers for food for thought. With this, we move on to the final discussion. We begin the session by welcoming our moderator, Hyo-eun Jenny Kim, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change of Foreign Affairs. Our distinguished panel discussants are Professor Kim Young-won, Department of Political Science, Seogang University, Professor Kim Tae-yoon, Graduate School of International Agricultural Technology, Seoul National University, and Professor Lee Sang-hyun, Department of Agricultural and Rural Engineering, Chungbuk National University. And we thank our speakers from this session who have remained with us to join the panel discussion. Samira Hotoba-Deering, Ms. Cristina Tirado, Mr. Habib Mayar, and last but not least, Ms. Rosa Laura Romeo. Ms. Moderator, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon and most probably good morning to many online audience. Thank you for joining this discussion session. I'm very pleased to be a moderator of this important discussion on building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks and stresses in agriculture and food system. I thank to the presenters for sharing your organization's activities, ideas, and results produced. I think this topic is very relevant and timely because agriculture and food system are under significant shocks and stresses posed by multitude of factors, including COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, extreme weather events, conflicts, and natural disasters. Therefore, small-scale farmers, particularly women and children, the vulnerable people in the least developed countries, they are very negatively affected and they are in strong need of supports. Therefore, in this session, we will discuss how to effectively respond to the food crisis due to climate change and or conflicts, many other causes, what actions to be taken to build integrated local food supply chain, and how to ensure inclusive and resilient agriculture and food system. We also explore good practices which can be replicated elsewhere so that we can identify what factors bring about impacts, real impacts on the ground. Because this is Korean Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs ODA forum, therefore, I'd like to invite three discussants. When you are asking questions or making comments, please focus on how to further elaborate or design a good ODA program from Korean Ministry of Agriculture's perspective. And also I'd like to invite to the presenters as well, when you are responding to the questions or comments, please focus how to design good projects or programs, good ODA projects or programs based on the activities, concepts, or business model of your organization. Therefore, I'd like to invite discussants one by one. We have three discussants already introduced by our MC. So maybe Professor Kim Young-wan, you may first. By the way, when you start your comments, please identify exactly to whom you want to make a comments or ask questions. So Professor Kim, you have the floor.
Hello. My name is Young-won Kim, a professor at Sogang University at the Department of Political Science. And thanks for Ambassador Kim. And I may ask quite a questions to Samela Hotoba during. Thanks for your presentation. It was really informative presentation, and I've learned a lot about what WFP is doing. Personally, I've engaged in several WFP projects happening in Rwanda and Bangladesh and Tanzania, evaluating the impact of the WFP project, Zero Hunger Community Project. So I got some knowledge about the activities of WFP. My major question is, I can see the goals and the objectives of resilient local food supply chains. I mean, this issue has been one of the biggest and most important issues that we have dealt in the field of agriculture and food supply, because this can change the whole lives of the farmers and the peasant in developing countries. I'm well aware of the importance of the issue, but I can see the objectives and goals from your presentation, but I want to ask you, how can we change the local food system? It would be great if you can elaborate the ways we can change the local food supply chains, because I don't know, because each country in each area might have different solutions for better local food supply chains. if we can come up with unifying solution, it might be better, but can we really do that? Because we can come up with tons of solutions for different contexts. So that's my major questions. And also, since each developing country has different context and capabilities and resources, how can they do that? It seems like you are proposing alliances for achieving resilient local food supply chains, but these alliances can really provide solutions for these different developing countries. And related to the comments from Ambassador Kim, I also want to ask you if we can conduct some project by using the concepts and objectives of resilient local food supply chains. What kinds of specific project would it be possible? And that's another way of I'm asking, how can we achieve the resilient local food supply chains? So if you have, can you show me any successful project related to strengthening local food supply chains? That's another question asking the real-world examples that we can actually apply. It will be really, really helpful for us to conduct similar project if you can elaborate the really successful cases related to these alliances. And this is also related to the M&A aspects. If we do conduct these kinds of projects, how can we evaluate and how can we monitor the project? How can we quantify the result and outcome of the project? Have you done this before by using the real-world examples? That's kinds of questions that I have. And also, you're talking about making alliances in this world. What would be the incentives for countries to join these alliances? Can you explain any real incentives for countries to join these alliances? Is it just one simple way of making just fuss about the situations? If so, if countries do not join the alliances, if they don't see the real incentives, it might be hard for you to attract more members in your alliances. And this is another general question I have to ask to the Ms. Voli Carucci, but since he's not here, if you are aware of, please answer these questions, because based on my personal research, during the COVID-19, the activities of intergovernmental organizations has changed from distribution of in-kind to the distribution of cash. So cash transfer project. So they mainly spend much of their budgets for cash transfer project. Can you explain any long-term effects of this cash transfer program? Because my concern is that cash transfer program might distort these local food supply chains. Because as they receive cash, constant cash from IGOs and NGOs, this can destroy the whole system, the whole local system. That was kind of my concern, and also this issue is related to your presentation. So if you are aware of any issues related to this cash transfer program, it would be great. So I think this is all of my questions. So I mean, I'm asking too many questions, I know that. Because this presentation is very interesting, and we all together should address this issue. And we also need to form the alliances to tackle this issue, because one country cannot address this issue by itself. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your very valuable questions. So Samira, you have huge questions. Are you ready? I think you are muted. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you very much. I said I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kim, for your very insightful questions. I can see that you were listening attentively to the presentations, despite my problems that I had with connectivity. I think I should start with your last statement rather than the questions, that we need alliances to tackle issues as one country cannot do it all. And this is what the Food System Summit, the premise of the Food System Summit, and the and the alliance itself, and our alliance, which is, I'm sorry, I'm going to be breaking out because I'm getting my internet connection is unstable, but I hope that I can continue. So what we are saying, you have so many questions, and some of these questions would be best if we would engage with you, maybe to give you more information, especially the question that you put to Mr. Voli Carucci, who is a director in the Resilience and Partnerships Support Service at WFP, but he only sent in the video, and he's not here. So those are detailed questions about WFP's programs and how those interventions are supporting the developmental aspects, objectives, the changing lives objectives of WFP's programs. I can just say very briefly that the cash transfer programs is supposed to be using that cash to buy locally, the objective of supporting local businesses to support local farmers. So that is the objective. But as you point out, that there is the problem that it can distort the markets. But that's where I believe, and we can engage with you on that, the WFP put in place those safeguards so that this distortion does not happen. With respect to, I've been taking down your questions, with respect to countries, you're quite right about countries wanting to say, and we've heard that from some countries, what is in it for us? Why should we join the alliance? And you're quite right, because countries want to see that this is not another high-level platform that we're going to join. We've joined many coalitions before, and they don't go anywhere. What this is that countries support each other. It is not led by WFP. It is not led by a UN agency. In fact, our co-lead is the African Union Development Agency and the Democratic Republic of Congo now. They are the champions, the co-leads. They will be taking it forward. What our role as the UN agency is to support them. So countries are in control. Countries should come together to be able to have peer-to-peer support, to be able to exchange on innovative practices in agriculture. So where Korea, for example, countries in information exchange, technology support, in best practices, in lessons learned. Those are the issues that countries should define and debate on. So the platform is a global platform, a global alliance of partners to engage with each other, not being influenced by the UN agencies or other agencies. But importantly, what it will do is that countries will be able to discuss and communicate the problems that they encounter, the challenges, and what would be required to be done through the co-leads. And the co-leads can be more than two. We have two at the moment, our aspiration is to have a co-lead from each region of the world, so that we will have co-lead membership and regional organizations from Asian countries, from Latin American countries, from even Europe. You might have seen from my presentation, that the priority areas of the alliance cut across all regions and all countries. So we are saying that it is a platform for countries that will then send the message to the SG, the Secretary General, when we get to reviewing the summit outcomes, the post-summit outcomes, so that there is a measurement, and that goes back to your tracking progress question of what countries are doing, what progress they're making, specifically to the SDGs that we have identified that support the alliance. So, and those SDGs can become bigger. They don't have to, countries don't have to meet all of the indicators of the SDGs. That goes back to your question about countries being sovereign states. They're different. They don't have the same priorities. Each country is different from the other. Countries in a particular region may have similarities because of the border issues, especially in a number of African countries, but they are different. So what we are seeing is that with the national dialogues, countries identify their priorities. And then follow up of the national pathways, those priorities are now being looked at. What are the areas that will stimulate whatever areas, stimulate the markets, stimulate, support vulnerable communities, so address increased local production, what issues, that there is a lot of problems around land issues in a number of developing countries. So countries have their own specific issues that they need to address. And the beauty of being on the platform in the alliance is to share that away from maybe their traditional partners, so they would look at non-traditional partners that they can exchange with. Also, it also provides an opportunity for technical exchange, for capacity building support. Technical exchange to develop programs that they may wish to, in terms of maybe supporting with capacity requirements, not just financial requirements, but capacity requirements. But also countries can talk about the financing gaps. If they develop their plans to address their priorities, then they will also, of necessity, identify their capacity gaps. And that can be brought to the alliance, whether that is something that the alliance could deal with, whether it might be bilateral engagements, whether it would be Korea might want to support a particular country, or whether it would be a global fund, a fund that can be put to address specific areas. That depends on what the countries decide within the alliance. It is up to the countries to define those areas. You also asked, I think I've addressed a number of your questions. I think what we also need to take into account is the fact that agriculture is central to what we're discussing here, because it's all agricultural related. But we know that agriculture is the largest contributor to GDP in a number of countries, in a number of developing countries. Let's just pause for a moment and think about how that would go exponentially if we make these investments in the agricultural sector. If we make these investments in the agricultural sector, just take, for example, buffer stocks, where maybe a country might have problems, conflicts, or maybe climate change issues, economic shocks, and so on, where they need to have maybe just a small amount of buffer stock to keep them going for about 3 to 6 months, or maybe for having strategic reserves. Some countries may not have the technical expertise to do that, to select. So the support that that other countries can provide to each other to ensure that they develop these stocks to support when they have crisis, as the COVID-19 pandemic showed that some countries, the supply chains crisis, countries had that problems, and they were not able to reach have access immediately to food. So those are the issues that can be developed within the alliance. I hope I haven't taken up too much time, but Professor Kim, you did ask a number of questions that needed to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Samira, for your answers and explanations. Actually, you elaborated the beauty of global platform, the alliance your organization is supporting, but at the same time, you also emphasized the ownership of country as the main driving force to make a real change. By the way, I have a question from one online audience. So if you allow me, I would like to read this question and you can respond maybe probably within 2 minutes, just considering the time limit we have. So the question is, could you share your personal experience in facing challenges in working in the resilient local food supply chains, transformation of food system, food crisis, mountains, land, and freshwater, as well as sustainable agricultural development? And how were you able to overcome those challenges? So basically, the audience is curious what challenges you experienced and what was your strategy, what was your means to overcome those challenges? You have 2 minutes, please.
Well, I see that they also referred to mountains, so that is not an area that I will address. But also, I think the question is a little bit broad. Well, broad and specific, because specific is it me personally, what challenges I experienced, or is it what are the challenges?
I mean, if you can share your own experience, it will be more helpful.
It will be in a professional capacity. Because, and not a personal capacity, but a professional capacity. In terms of putting together the alliance, those are the challenges that we have experienced, are those that came through from the game-changing solutions that the stakeholders sent through. And there were a numerous amount of them. Presentation. In terms of the professional work that I've done within the agricultural sector, I think it is women's issues and youth issues, lack of employment, lack of land, the land issues, to address assets by women. Women are usually left very, very in a bad way. I can't even begin to think about the words for that they don't have access to assets, they don't have access to credit. I recall taking a group of women who were in a cooperative and wanted to set up a poultry farming and discuss this with the manager of a bank within a country. And it was very clear to the bank manager that he couldn't support them because they had no collateral. They had no land title, they had no businesses, they were in the rural area. They were given space to set up their business, but they do not own their lands. So you can see how that happens, how that further stops women advancing, because they have no resources, no collateral, and they can't set up their own small businesses. But there was a need. There was a need for the poultry farming for local poultry, as opposed to the imported poultry, which is smaller, and not as what locally people would think, not as tasty and not organic. So that's just an example of what happens when you don't address these issues.
Thank you.
I will leave the question about the mountains to
Sure.
Rosa Laura.
So Rosa Laura maybe come back when she is asked to answer the questions. So I'd like to move to the next discussant. So Professor Kim Tae-yoon, I think you have questions to the presenters as well.
Yes, I'm supposed to ask Habis Meyer from G7 Plus. But I'd like to share some of my research experience based on my international development research in Thailand, which is one of our Asian countries. Regarding the global food system, Thai produce a lot of rice, but still the farmers having that because of the lack of entrepreneurship or lack of information for the market. So the government of Thailand wanted farmers to produce vegetable rather than rice so that they can have more income. But still, the farmers are reluctant to change their behavior. Most of the farmers in developing countries are similar. And as a researchers, we trying to find some best way to change their behavior from growing rice to vegetable. Also, we know as a ODA, there is a limited resources. Within the limited resources, we're trying to find the best or effective way to help them. You guys have mentioned the food aid is one way. If we provide food directly to the farmers, it can be great. Sometimes cash transfer, Professor Kim mentions, cash-based transfer is best. Sometimes it can be best way to boost the local food demand. Also, the programmatic interventions might be a good way to boost, to increase the helping the farmers. Sometimes the teaching the skill is very important. Also, Mr. Habib mentions teaching skill is very important, especially to the vulnerable areas in like Afghanistan or other areas. So, as a researchers, we trying to find the best way. My question goes to Habis. You emphasize a lot of things regarding food crisis along the HDP nexus areas, and I also surprised that from 2019 to 2010, more than 22 million people are suffered from conflict. It is huge in the world. And also you emphasize that the humanitarian assistance and development assistance to food sectors is great, very, very high. More than 73% of humanitarian assistance to food sectors, which is a tragedy in the world. You also mentioned that it's very hard to fix everything because it doesn't have any sustainability within this framework. Regarding this information, if you have any ODA-specific project which is successfully done in those countries, would you elaborate those things to us? Also, we consider the peace is very important. Also, even in Korean Peninsula, peace is very important. But in your country or in your areas, if there is a kind of ODA project related to the food system, what will be the successful factors? That's what I want from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. So, Mr. Meyer, are you ready?
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Kim. It was very insightful comment and also question. First of all, I would like to mention that you know, the G7 Plus is a group, it's an intergovernmental group of 20 conflict-affected countries, and we do not necessarily, you know, offer assistance or development assistance or humanitarian assistance. What we do is, based on our own experiences, we try to promote some good practices, or sometimes try to alert other countries of some bad practices that has led to perpetual dependency or that has not been sustainable. Now, what we assume based on our experiences that the interventions in our countries, whether that is in the humanitarian domain or whether that's in development domain, however well-intentioned they are, they try to, or they tend to kind of perpetuate the dependency rather than, in pursuing their self-reliance. One of the challenges, of course, one of the reasons is the short-sightedness, because you get the grant, which when you are given as a donor, you are given a specific time period where you have to execute that grant, and then of course you have to report back to the headquarters, and you have to disperse all that money, and you have to show the progress that is done. Instead, what we promote or what we advocate is that we need to keep our vision a little bit far-sighted. What is the vision? What is the objective of the assistance? Is it just to react to the consequences, or is it going to address the root causes of that challenge? We advocate for the latter. It means that we need to base or program our intervention in a way that promotes peace and stability on one hand, and that also pursues self-reliance on the other hand. Now, it's also, sometimes we are faced with questions that, okay, an ODA project, what does it have to do with the peace? Or a humanitarian intervention, what does it have to do with the peace? Actually, they can do a lot. I'll give you a simple example. In Afghanistan, most of the development intervention were militarized. The same was done in Iraq, for example. The 8 projects were done or were achieved or were implemented through military channels or through military institutions. Unfortunately, it did not help in addressing the root causes. It further, created a challenge of building trust on part of people, on donors, and also on the institutions, the government. What instead we should have done there is to develop an approach that is civilian-centered, people-centered, and with the aim of pursuing a long-term stability, which means facilitating or supporting the institutions. And now, particularly in regards to the agriculture, as I mentioned in my presentation, all of these countries have gotten huge potential. I mean, I personally have visited in our G7 Plus missions to many countries, including in the African region. When you look at the terrain, it's, very suitable for agriculture. But the moment you land there, you come across with, signboards of humanitarian actors. You come across people who are begging on the streets while they have a huge potential. Now, what has happened there? It's just because, they have not focused on that potential. So one thing that we also promote is that most of the times we are talking about, we are always, looking at the factors of fragility. That, these countries are fragile, these are conflict affected, people are incapable. What we try to promote and what we try to advocate for is that we need to look at the source of stability in those countries. Each country has got a source of stability and a source of resilience. We need to invest in that source of resilience and that potential, and then we can achieve and we can address the root causes. But this would definitely require a change in the mindset. We need to shift from a projectized, time-bound intervention to a long-term vision. Now again, I'm sorry that I have to mention again and again the example of my own country. We are left again alone. Why? Because of the time-bounded intervention that were done. And again, our people are exposed to extreme poverty, extreme crisis, extreme hunger, and it will become a challenge for the whole region and also for the whole world. And this goes across the countries. Now, we also have some good examples of, in conflict-affected countries, and I would like to mention one of them. In Rwanda, for example, many of you might be aware of that. One of the features of the Rwandan trajectory was that the government and the international community tried to intervene by trying to support the locally grown initiative, which was most often grounded in their culture. For example, one of the programs that they have, the Grinica program, where the families that would suffer from hunger or their kids would suffer from malnutrition, they were encouraged to the government was giving a cow to a family, or they were encouraging other people if they have extra cow that they have to share with their own family. And this program was designed, it was founded on their local tradition, and you can find similar tradition in all of the countries, and you just need to invest in that. And with the help of that, they address the malnutrition over there. And one last question, last comment that also the previous speakers also referred to is that the mindset of the farmers, or changing the mindset of the people. And particularly, I would like to emphasize on the local procurement, which is extremely important. And this is also the case not only in development, but also in humanitarian interventions as well. Yes, economically, I'm not an economist, it will definitely distort the market, but what it can do is it can incentivize food production. Believe me, in my own, I was watching the previous session where one of the gentlemen, the speakers, he mentioned that he belongs to a farmer family. My father was also a farmer, and I also belong to a farmer family. But believe me, in most of these cases, they have land, they have, potential, but they don't work. Why? Because there is no incentive. If you incentivize them, if you provide them the facility, if you help them build the infrastructure to connect the farm to the market, and also provide them, infrastructure, they will have the incentives to produce or to, you make more production, and that can ultimately end hunger. And one last point, I'm sorry for taking it too much longer. We are talking about the nexus between war and hunger. It goes in both directions. In most cases, conflicts, of course, they're one of the major drivers of the hunger, but hunger again creates more conflict. It reiterates and reinforces war and conflict, and we need to look at both of these, dimensions of hunger and war. I would stop here, and I hope I have answered your insightful question.
Thank you very much, Habib. And I'd like to invite Professor Lee Sang-yeon for his comments and questions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sang-yeon Lee, working in the Chungbuk National University. And I had really great time with you speakers and with very valuable topics. And I have some comment and a question to Christina and Rosa Laura about some water and food nexus. I'm really happy to hear about the nexus system, because I'm also one of the researchers who is working at this water and food nexus development in South Korea. And my question is about two things. One is about boundary scale issue in the nexus. Second is about the multi-stakeholder in the nexus. For example, food security is really related to the farming areas, but the nexus includes not only some crop area, but also watershed management or energy supply management. But each resource has a different boundary of the management. Kind of transboundary watershed in small food crop areas. How can we solve that kind of different scale of the boundary issue into the water and food nexus? And second is about some stakeholders. Usually the nexus is really focused on the resource relationships, water for food or energy for food or water for energy kind of things. But we need to bring some people into the nexus. I think this is the Christina and Rosa Laura mentioned the importance of the human manpower in the nexus. So my question is about some social resilience of food system through the water energy food nexus system. For example, farmer and land manager, water manager, policymaker, in addition to the consumer of the food product, are really related to the food security. I think we need to bring everyone into the one table using the nexus system. But mainly the program about the nexus is more focusing on some supply facility or technologies. So could you give more some example of the social program using the nexus approach? and also some successful some example in the some other countries. And my second question is about some localization of the Nexus system. Even if we have very good medicine, but we should follow some quite right prescriptions. So an efficient but low-cost water supply system, such as we call appropriate technology, could be best solution for the developing countries. But these countries also need to transit cutting-edge, high-efficiency food systems, such as a smart farm or ICT-based food system. But actually, the infrastructure is really essential for adapting to that high technology food system, like a database management system or some other high technology irrigation system. But also we need some software, like some high technology education for farmers or for resource managers, this simultaneously. So my question is about how can we apply that kind of a new high technology, some food transition system using the Nexus orbit to some developing country, while we need also some additional, how can I say, some connector to change from the old level some food system to high level food system. And my comment also, so I would like to emphasize some new food system support from the developing country through the ODA. Not only infrastructure of farmland or irrigation facility, but also some decision support system like water, energy, food nexus. So we need to consider holistic support like Christmas package. Not only hardware, but also software, including education or social, multi-stakeholders, some decision support. So wrap up, my question for the all, not all present, for the Christina and the Rosalaus, is that while we need support to new high technology based food system to developing country through the ODA program, and are there some cases about this support about the new transition to high technologies by not only ODA, but also maybe any global institutes? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. So maybe Christina, you can start first, and then I'd like to invite to Rosa Laura. So Christina, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Professor Lee and him, and for the other questions from the other commenters, which I would like to put together and to present some of the examples that I have seen that have been working in different geographical areas, and one of them is the Hunger Zero from Brazil. So that program was starting food supply and food systems where was nothing there, right? So how we were starting to do that? We were starting around schools. Think about the presentation yesterday from Carmen, looking into the school feeding programs, okay? So some of the ways work, Brazil is huge, so the diversity of the different projects was also large. However, they were common components that were helping in having this Fame Zero or Hunger Zero successful, this initiative, is that they were promoting that the food that was distributed into the schools were around from a 50 to a 75%, depending on the district, were coming from local farmers, local suppliers. There has been so much questions about agroecology. Well, all these projects were based on agroecology. It was an amazing experience in which local food procurement that was feeding and working with children. And it's surprising, but in the public schools in Brazil, they always have one nutritionist. I have not seen this in other places, in other countries, but it was impressive the way that they were working, promoting institutional local food supply from agroecological practices. This has been taken and expanded and updated and modified by many other regions, right? For example, another successful stories where they were adopting this kind of practices in Central America, in all the dry corridor, but working with couples. And usually these people that were mothers and grandmothers, they were taken from the guerrillas in El Salvador. It was, we were working with 700 families in which all the girls and boys were taken into the guerrilla. So they arrived home, they didn't know even how to cook. The food diversity was 3 items, one of them coffee. And they working with, to me, this is social innovation, working with the couple. They started some initiatives that were supported by cooperation agencies. In this case, it was the Spanish Cooperation Agency, and it was uptaken, and the ownership that the couples and the communities take from this was amazing. We were coming later, and they have expanded totally the programs, working on transformation and in human rights. And it was impressive, the difference of having communities with 50–60% of stunted children in houses where the mothers are overweight or obese, how this was improving in only 4 years. Now, including the technology that you were mentioning, this is something that I have seen very clearly by indigenous populations in Masai land in Kenya. The uptake of, there is nothing. There is no water, there is no, there is not intake, there is no grid. Everything has to be innovative, right? So I have never seen more innovation than working with Maasai communities, in which they have been, with their hands, including all the solar power, all the, all of them, they have a telephone, and they know when the rain goes, and they bring the cattle there, and they move around. So, it's more, working with the UNFCCC Center for Technology and Climate Change. Now they are including in these funds apps that are not only bringing our meteorological services as we know them, but also including traditional knowledge in learning how climate has changed, and the indicators for something that was regularly normal before is coming before or after, or is not coming this year. So it's a way of seeing all this putting together, and there are many successful stories. So thank you for the question, and we'll be very happy to keep sharing this with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rosa Laura?
Yes, thank you for these very interesting questions, and indeed quite complex to reply to them. Of course, water is a very transboundary good, in the sense that nature, water, etc., mountains, they don't know borders. So we know that in many mountain ranges or around mountain ranges, countries have joined forces and have created some kind of alliances. For instance, we have one in Asia around the Hindu-Kush Himalaya, that is ICIMOD. ICIMOD brings together all these governments that sometimes has also issues among them, but they are there together and they work together at ICIMOD because they recognize the importance of protecting mountains as water sources, but also to protect the life of many mountain people living there and those that are many more living downstream. But these kind of alliances exist in many other regions. There is one in the Alps, the Alpine Convention, one around the Carpathians, the Carpathian Convention. There is a mountain initiative that we have promoted in the Andes, bringing together 7 Andean countries, recognizing the fact that we cannot deal within our border. We need to look at this in a much more cross-cutting way. In terms of example, I think I can share with you 2 different examples, one from Ecuador and one from Kyrgyzstan. In Ecuador, we manage a small project in the Paramo areas, because the Paramo is the upper part of mountains there, and it's a very interesting ecosystem. that usually is not farmed. Traditionally, there were never agricultural activities in this special ecosystem called paramo. They were left there as for facilitating the water recharge. Because of climate change, because of the change in the temperature and vegetation, some farmers start putting cows in these paramos and also producing potatoes there. And this created terrible lack of water downstream, because the cultivation of potatoes was compacting the soils, and the cows that are not traditional from Ecuador, from the Andes, because there they use llamas that have a much thinner paw, so they don't compact the soil. So because of these few hectares that were cultivated in the upper part of the Paramo, the Chimborazo, or other areas, the cities downstairs were suffering for lack of water. So basically the project facilitated the reinstate of traditional cultures that were in fact much more beneficial for the diet, and that reduced obesity, reduced the encroachment in the Paramo areas, and improve healthy diet. And also with the creation of cooperatives of producers, and they were mainly women, it was possible for them to improve their livelihood because they were selling their produce in the market in the cities. One big issue that we see in mountains, and is very similar to what Samira was mentioning, is that women have no legal status, and they don't exist in many areas. And when men migrate, they're left there, and most of the time they don't drive. They're not able to reach the market because they cannot use a bicycle, they cannot use a motorbike, they don't have cars. So they are really abandoned in the hands of middlemen. So any products that they may be ready to sell in the market are bought by these middlemen at very low price most of the time. And so they're very hard work, because in mountain areas, now everything is produced with much more work than in the lowland. So these women are producing with a lot of effort, but they get really nothing for the product. Then let's move to
Rosa Laura, sorry for interrupting you, but because of time limit, I think if you can just conclude your intervention.
Okay, I just want to share very quickly a story from Kyrgyzstan. We are working there with women producers. If you have been there, you know that they produce very beautiful handicraft with silk and felt. Felt is typical from the ship there. So we put them in contact with the fashion stylist from Italy, and she's in fact half Haitian and half Italian, and she used to work with Armani. So they produced a collection for her, and she left everything with them, and that was presented at the Milano Fashion Week. And now in Kyrgyzstan, they are stars. This local tradition is extremely appreciated again. Young people want to learn it, and the local communities are making good money out of this. So innovation, private sector, traditional knowledge, all these elements should be combined with a strong support from the political authorities, from local and central governments. In this way, by joining forces, we can produce some real good development. And I can share many more examples, but I'll stop here.
Rosa Laura, I'm really sorry for interrupting you, but anyway, thank you very much for sharing the good stories. So I would like to thank to the presenters and discussants for very insightful discussion today. And we discussed a lot, and we received a lot of insights and good ideas in developing future good programs and projects for developing countries. Once again, thank you for your contribution, and I hope all of you have a good day, good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the fruitful discussion. And could we possibly take a group photo before we say goodbye? I think we have room for that. Okay, on the count of 3, if everyone could get ready for a group photo. Okay, let's do it on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And let's go for one more. Shall we all shout out success? Here we go. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Success! Thank you very much. Thank you. Now this brings us to the end of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. Thank you once again to all the speakers, panel discussants, and moderators for your contributions and insights during the past 2 days. Another huge thank you to all our audience at home and abroad for your support. This year is truly one in which the importance of food security and the role of agriculture and food was highlighted in the international community, such as the G20 Summit and the 26th United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. To this end, our forum sought to revisit and discuss concrete options for international cooperation for a just transition in the areas of school meals, food loss, and response to climate change. We hope that this has proven to be a fruitful forum for all in establishing a new direction for Korea's agricultural ODA and discovering useful tasks. We cannot emphasize more the need for global cooperation in achieving a just transition for the global food systems in our quest to achieve the SDGs by 2030. I hope that the Global ODA Forum has become a conducive platform in addressing these global issues, as well as advancing toward a better ODA plan. With this, we close the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development, and another big thank you to all international organizations and related agencies for your support, as well as our audience who have been by our side for the past 2 days. We hope to see you again next year in 2022, hopefully in person. Thank you very much.